Namaskar, good morning, good day to all my friends all over the world. Speaking from Bharat, India, Suraj Singh, this is 23rd June 2020 and COVID-19 and contracts management and also concrete and all professional issues whatsoever related to life of everybody directly or indirectly we are living in this world. COVID-19, as we say, always my COVID-19 indication is very simple, and this is that it's this that has changed whole world. This is called COVID 19 and its prefix is SARS2, that is severe acute respiratory syndrome. SARS2, that is severe acute respiratory syndrome 2, and COVID-19 year 2019, its arrival to world to impact on every country around world. Every country, I think, generally whole population of world has been under its impact and it's ongoing. But one thing is very certain, COVID has changed world in two senses. In a sense that it has warned whole world, but I think world is having too thick skin. World nations, world people are having too thin skin that they forget very soon. Still, COVID has not started its first attack, and world thinks that it has gone. Virtually, they think that it has gone. This is where calculation goes opposite. Calculation goes opposite because it is COVID and it does not think in a way people of world think or leaders of world think. It thinks in a completely different way. That is what I say, and everybody thinks that we have to understand what is COVID job and how it is performing its job. Its job is very simple if we can comprehend its job. Unfortunately, we failed in our approach. Whole world has failed in approach. I just got information from my scanning of news that first country in world is South Korea that has started receiving or being impacted by second wave of corona or COVID-19. It is second wave in South Korea, and how it will affect time would tell. But how many waves are still pending to come? Nobody knows, but I can predict that it is 8 to 28 waves to come, minimum. The world is getting mad very big mad status now world has. I saw reinstatement of France. People are getting mad. No precautionary measures, some are taking, some are not taking. And that's where, ignorance or carelessness happens. When people forget in anxiety, they are anxious to move here and there because they think they have been in jail for more than 2 or 3 months. These youth, particularly young generation, they can't stay indoors. They can't stay indoors because they are not used to that. That's the point where I'm concerned. You are giving opportunity to this friend or teacher, or you call it enemy, COVID-19. You are giving an opportunity to this to attack you again. Because I have seen there is no difference in humanity. If I see people here in this country, where I am staying in this location, and what I see on TV, what's happening in France or Spain, I think there's no difference. All are having same style. 50% people are using mask, 50% are not using mask, and those who are using mask, their noses are not closed, covered. So human is same. They are just rushing to beaches or to lakes to enjoy life. This means they enjoy life throughout their lives since they were born, but for 2 or 3 months they could not enjoy, they could not digest as well. They want to replenish that loss for 2 or 3 months, but they are not worried what they got in previous life before COVID entered. So I can call it a madness, nothing else. Madness of world leaders and madness of public. It's madness in a sense that we are not sure what's going to happen in coming times, but we are ready to open every sector of economy. We are so hungry for economy that we can risk our lives, risk our attack by virus. This is what we call, you can say, willing ignorance or carelessness resorted by public to itself. Now, how long can it happen? Nobody knows. Even countries which were so happy before aren't happy yet. Life cycle, they want to move, but life they don't want to move. Even they want to hide facts now. Unfortunately, people want to hide facts, but facts cannot be hidden. I just got one news that antibodies which are developed into patients of COVID-19 go away within couple of months, say 2 or 3 months. So antibodies do not stay permanently on, as was expected that plasma therapy would help. This means it's some information that nothing is permanent as well. So you can say we still don't know thoroughly about our professor, our guest COVID-19, what it says, what it does, how it impacts public, how it impacts health. But we are so sure, like kids, those kids who think the moon will come down on earth and I will catch it. Kids are narrated certain fairy stories and fairy tales, and they enjoy that. So we are also kids of this time. Oh, moon would come down, stars would come down, I'll catch them in my fist. I think that way. Educated people all over world, scientists all over world, doctors all over world, and intellectuals all over world. But leaders are playing their games. They are not listening to someone, and economy is a must. I don't understand. I don't understand why they are ignoring public at cost of economy, cost of COVID. Public people, people in public members are not analytical. They don't understand everything, and when people don't understand everything, it becomes duty of leaders to care about those people. But it seems it's happening differently. They are not taking care of their people who elected them or for whom they are working. Life cycle is changing very fast, and there is no surety how long this COVID-19 shall stay in this world. It may be America, or it may be end of Far East, or crosswise otherwise. Same thing happens. Tendency of politics is all over world that try to ignore COVID news, and I feel that news are dropped. Now fever news only are coming, not real news. Like it used to come in masses, in batches, news are not coming now. This means news are being tried to be combated with censored, and they want to give news only for economy opening so that people keep safe, but it is an act against people of world. These political leaders, these governments are causing. If President of US can say, do not test more, why do you test more? Testing more means more patients. If such tendency occurs, if thought goes to that level, this means leadership of worlds are hiding information. And that happened before also. All Europe tried to hide information. China tried to hide information. We tried to delay information. It happens. And result we have seen, it is very pandemic, it is very adverse impact on humanity. And if we cannot understand this point, we can't help ourselves. So these world leaders have tried their best to push public into COVID's clappings and COVID's clutches, and COVID-19 does not think, it does only, because its duty is not to think for welfare of people, but to beat people of world, to bring them to required profile. That's what COVID-19 is to do. They may say, somebody said it will go in few weeks, or if that, all these are, escapism, and it doesn't amount to any value. So I'm not going to criticize someone. This is not criticism. Of fact remains that world has now forgotten, in fact, artificial forgetting. It's artificial management of governments to keep information off, real information off. We know facts, we know everything. Everywhere cases are increasing, but try to keep off public so that panic is avoided. Well, this is temporary, not appreciable solution, I can say. This is just it's like it's like a pigeon that closes its eyes when cat remains there, and pigeon thinks that cat cannot kill pigeon. So we close our eyes, weaving at COVID. COVID will not harm us. So I can say, public has become pigeon, and COVID has become cat, and we think that COVID will not harm us, which is not correct. So there's no need of further explanation. when world is tacitly approving all that. People are jumping, playing, walking without resorting to any PPEs, without resorting to any care in groups. They are there in thousands. They are there. They don't care. They are enjoying. Means they in 2 or 3 months they become sick. They become sick. Sick means they are disciplined to sit home. They don't like to have be disciplined, and that's what COVID wanted to teach. That discipline, COVID and its discipline. Discipline is very important if you want to be victory. And COVID is telling us that I am 19 and I can fire you. If you want to be fired, do not be disciplined. If you want to be fired, disciplined. So as far as COVID is concerned, I had to say only this much for today, because COVID is not for one day. I thought actually not to talk of COVID, but when I opened my computer, I read news. I could not avoid, I could not get this. Means, first of all, this public abuse of liberty, and this, South Korea's second wave, as well as, all countries are happy to open. All the countries announcing, oh, we opening yourself, we opening everything, we opening tourism, we opening that. You can move here in Abu Dhabi, you can go to other state. I think this anxiety will take people to be friend of COVID, and COVID will enter everybody who are, maybe now it were in millions, it would be in multi-millions in coming time. It would be in multi-millions in coming time, I'm sure, because they are open now. And I think COVID has changed the minds of people, that people should open, and it then attacks everyone that way. So actually, frankly speaking, we are supporting COVID's scheme, COVID's program. We are not supporting ourselves. That's what is happening, and I can't help this way, because access of everything is bad. That's a phrase applied to life on earth, and we are not able to digest a couple of months to be controlled by ourselves, self-control. And how shall we control coming times? Now it's a question of few millions, and it may be a question of few billions in coming time. I'm not surprising or amazing to hear that 2 billions or 3 billions people have been impacted upon the corona, and we shall not be very pleasing news, supportive news. So I say, open your eyes, open your minds all over the world, and still better if you can control yourself, rather than thinking that we got fresh air when we come out of home and go to picnic or do this or do that. That will not serve purpose. Yes, economy is very important, but not important, more important than existence of humanity, existence of life. And with this I say, I close my corona story, and we go further onto I take out my handkerchief, and we go on to another really daily subject, and this is called management. This management is very important, because though COVID is also part of management, that is medical management, that is health management, not my discipline. I am talking of management, that is project management, total quality, and you can say application on life, application on profession. That is project management of total quality. It is something, it is something indifferent to what we think, what assess, based on my practical experience. based on my pragmatism, based on my analytical skills, based on my understanding, and based on my competency, I can say for me, management of quality is really very different. And it's not only for our country, it's for all over the world. Like our countries, there would be many more countries in the world where due to whatever reasons these subjects are not well understood. Indeed it is, but we have to be very understandable in this regard, and I would like to say something on that. This project management, which is directly linked to most important used material on earth, artificial stone we call it, and that is concrete, which is artificial material, artificial stone, but very powerful stone, without which nothing can happen in this world, and that's called concrete. Concrete which means everything is dependent on concrete. If there is no concrete, you cannot swim, you cannot even walk anywhere on earth. Concrete is that powerful. Means concrete is super component of structures, super component of everywhere. In ancient life there was stone, not artificial stone, natural stone, tension free stone, compressive stone, resulting into arches or some of the domes like structures where tensions were to be tried to be avoided. Now it's concrete, and we are talking of management and concrete now. I would say management is something every day I call it. It's a project that I deal with. It's a project that you deal with. You may deal in your life maybe many projects, and I also dealt in my life many projects. Of course, I cannot say that I'm master of that. I should not say, because mastery is something else. This life is very small to name yourself master, because it gives you a feeling of pride, false pride. Life is very small, and we all are very small. I again stress that God has given us mind. God has given us body to everybody. If I use God's wealth, which is with me, it's God given wealth, it's not my wealth. Yes, I studied, you studied. That study is very small part of education. You can say whatever you learn in 70 years of your life, whatever you learn in 50 years of life, you cannot learn in 5 years or 6 years or schooling. You cannot learn that. Lifelong learning is fact in life. It was not formal before. Though people learned throughout life, they had experiences, and because of that they did lot in society of world. We should not forget that nothing goes waste. Nothing goes waste, and as far as returns are concerned, you get returns every time. Though it may not be in monetary form, it may be in some other form. But nowadays, returns have got one scale, a scale of comparison or a scale of measurement, and that's where that once the scale comes into picture, that causes sometimes a problem as well. Sorry. That scale of measurement for achievement in life now, say I think for last couple of decades, we can say, particularly when world got into economy hands of work, when economy has been made a comparative world. I don't know, gas stick is again gas stick. When your achievements are started to be measured in terms of money, I think that is called degradation of life. Degradation of life. If you compare your knowledge, compare your achievements in terms of money, in terms of finances, I can That can be called drop of thinking, slump in thinking. I'm using this word slump, which means vertical drop. That drop is a part of our life now. When I was small baby, was too young, life was different. It was because we were not very educated, you may say. Public was not that highly educated in those days, I can say post independence of our country, 1947 and far onwards, from before that also. Education was not freely imparted due to British regime, and later on post independence another British regime. That's also British means those people who had divisions like elite society or other class society. Elite society used to think they are bigger, they are higher. This talk is not for society, but this talk is for how to go up, how to rise yourself. And my consideration is quite different from those thinkers who claim that education and money are linked. I do not accept this fact because money has got no link to education. Fact remains that you may get admission in higher studies by spending money. Yes, that's true. But even then, you have to study and get that certificate. Yes, there may be some corruption. You may buy certificates. I am not going to that direction because I am not concerned with that. If you do that, that is your own cheating. If you think whole life you get a certificate, paying money, and then you think you are educated, you can never think that. If you have certificate based on payments or something, or using unfair means, you may have certificate. You may have certification. Indeed, no one can challenge that. But who is there someone to challenge you? First challenge should come from your own. First challenge must come from your own. Nobody is going to challenge you for what? You claim that I have got this certificate. Well, thank you very much. You have got this information. You have got this. So, what should I do? Well, if your certificate is such a degree, enjoy it. Enjoy it. But how to enjoy it? Point is that. If you think this certificate is in my degree, my visiting card, or this is my wall, you frame it. Okay, fine. You frame it and watch it every day. So what? Or you display it to your guests coming in, or you write on your identity card, visiting card, or do whatever you want, write on your nameplate. To that extent it's okay. That you have certain status and you are declaring to society, see what I am here. That is your personalized management. But remember, if I say I am this, I claim, what does it mean? It means I have got certain comparative specialization or comparative difference among various levels of society, and I am competent to do something for society or for someone in whatever way, and that's why I declare. But question arises, is it my happiness? Does it lead to my happiness? I know I am lying. Yes, other guy would not say no. Other guy would say, okay, fine. Congratulations that you got this certificate. Because this does not impact on other person to whom you are informing that I am this. Why should other person worry about that? It's your education, it's your certificate, enjoy it. But points comes in at that time, when you have to prove by work that you got this certificate. And that is very critical point for everyone. Very critical point for everyone. You prove it that you have done it, and when you work for something, you are certified You have got appointment, good job, you're doing job. Then you have to prove on job that you know this job. Everybody will look at you. How long can you survive like that? How long? How long can you conceal facts? One day, certainly people will get you what you are. They will discover what you are. And if it's not your own company, you will be retrenched, you will be thrown out. Because work confirms what you are. It's not your certificate. Certificates allows you entry into some profession, but it doesn't you keep there in profession even if you are very big person. Certificate is honored. It is public declaration that this person knows this job. That is only point of certificate, nothing else. Every time you cannot say I am doing this job because I have this certificate. I have done this job because I have this certificate. No, that's not organizational procedures. Real management starts only from education. Education is root of management or organization. Whatever field you are in, it's education that makes you something in original. Don't forget that whatever you learn in your college, your teachers, your professors, sometimes they teach you something which is very, very, something you never forget. It happens. You never forget something, and it's really a kind of asset you get through your teachers. It depends on how teachers to study. Now teachers are also money oriented. That's true. So you have to do justice with yourself first of all. When we say you are organizational person, you have a power to organize. This also means that you have to do work, and you have to do justice with you, and you have to do justice with others as well, if you are in that capacity. And everybody is in that capacity. First, life starts at personal level and private level. When I am individual, I come out of university or join university as a student, I start my career, my professional career or my whatever else career. I start at that time. That point of education should be considered very raw, original and impeccable to lead to packable. Because you are in university, you are not packable, you are raw. Your mind is not full, it's just primed by school education. Then you have to fill it with your traditional education or your professional education, whatever it is. Filling of that mind, feeding, is very important from every point of view. That is where your mind organization starts. And whatever you learn there impacts you throughout life. That's very important point. I still remember my teacher when I was in 11th standard or 10th standard, I don't exactly remember. My English teacher, very strong. Though it was not English medium school, it was ordinary school. But that teacher was very good one. That teacher, in a professional way you can say, was very strict. And he used to take personal interest in every student. And whatever hints, whatever proofs he taught in English language, still I remember, it's 1970 or 69 you can say, and now 2020. Long gap of about 50 years, more than 50 years. But his instructions, English, I still remember. I don't remember other teachers, physics teachers, chemistry teachers, maths teachers. I don't remember them. I don't remember any specific points for this term. But this teacher, used to tell certain points. I still, I don't forget. His style of teaching, his personal interest in every student, and his, enforcement of discipline was very excellent, you can say, in those days. When there was no computers, nothing, ordinary life. I still remember that. A single word I remember. Because it happens. This is called development of personality. Teacher develops personality. And then you become teacher of yourself. Because you start self-teaching based on that teaching. And remember, if you can't develop like that, then you are not human being. Teacher can force a student to do what teacher wants. Example I give you, though it's not essential, but in those days are essential. Example, if I don't keep my shirt in my pant, I don't tack in. No tack in, even though it is 45 degrees temperature, do it or go out of class. Where's your dictionary? Don't have dictionary, go out of class. Because he wanted a student to keep dictionary with him in class. And if I want answer to some word, you have to open your dictionary and tell me what's meaning of that. That was his primary side. Means he wanted to inculcate point in you that you do your job. When I want answer to a word, you open your dictionary and tell me meaning of that. And you tell me one meaning, then I'll ask you another meaning, and then another meaning like this. Because every English word got 2 or 3 meaning. And that's fact. And then he said, go and buy weekly, once a week newspaper and read it one by one. I am not saying that why he was doing that, but he used to take interest in students. And there were so many other points, for example. No need of telling that all here because this is not English class. I am just referencing individuality. That individuality started building in me an organizer. You have to organize yourself, you have to develop yourself, you have to check yourself, and you have to teach yourself. Self-initiation in life, proactivity beginning in life, losing dependence on others in life. I always say, tomorrow this chapter I am going to teach you, and before starting this chapter I will ask you what you read at home. Means today night you have to study this chapter and then come to read whatever you can understand, to come and then we will discuss. First you start and I'll tell you where you are wrong or where you are right. What I would say, self-leading mechanism in a kid used to fulfilling. This is what I am telling. Intellect doesn't mean getting degrees. Intellect doesn't mean speaking a lot. Intellect means how far can you think, how far can you analyze problems and issues, and how far you can understand them, you can understand risks, and you can understand how to resolve those risks. That is called organizational management. I quote word management, yes, it comes in between, because management includes man, and which is gender domination, and therefore I am saying organization. If I say management, then woman management must be there. But we know we say management because of domination of gender. Factory, it should be personalization or something like that. Because women are also manager, not only man. But hot mind, egoistic mind does not accept that analytical word. So rather than saying management, I would say organization. Every person is organizer. Even a guard at your building or some office, we call watchman, we call watch person, we call, or security we call, that is also organizer. Organizer is everybody. A kid is an organizer, a student is an organizer, a doctor and engineer are organizers, teacher is an organizer. We have to understand policy of organization. We have to think in all directions. Why do we go to schools? To open our minds. Because our disc is closed. Why do we go to higher education then? Just to learn more. Learn what? Learn whatever you want, or whatever discipline you go in, and whatever is your interest in life, that is learning. That is formal learning, but parallel to that is also another learning. That is learning in nature, there is learning from society, there is learning from yourself, there is learning from errors, learning from mistakes, there is learning from others. That can be good or bad, both. Don't say it's good, I'm not saying that. It can be both ways, good or bad. But bads are very beautiful. When you learn something bad, because it's interesting to you, you love it. It's nature of children, it's nature of adults, and it's nature of adolescents, that they are attracted to something which is beautiful, cosmetic, but hollow from within. But you are attracted because your attraction has gone above your understanding. Understanding you at that time is dead when something is very attractive. Your understanding is washed away, and you are attracted towards that beauty. And that beauty is hollow. There is nothing in that. It is actually minus. You multiply with that and you are lost. That is called negative learning. And you invest a lot of time on that. And once you know that there is nothing in that, it's too late. And your positive time is lost. Your time that could be spent somewhere else is lost. And you can't regain that. That's why I always stress, it's always proven fact that loss of time cannot be recovered. That is impossible. Lost money can be recovered, but lost time cannot be recovered. Because time is not in your hands. It is automatically working. It doesn't ask you, it just moves on and on. So those people who do not value time on earth, they waste their time. They become habitual of wasting time. Just compare those people who get awards and those people who don't get awards. What's the difference? Very, very small difference. That's why I don't care for awards. Why? If you get award and the person who is not getting award, who's getting second award, person who is getting third award, or person who is not even getting award, if you see comparatively, percentage wise, there is a narrow gap, very narrow gap. It means award is not important. Important is involvement. Important is working. Why to run for award then? For ego? Your work shall award you, your thoughts shall award you, your mind shall award you, and those who have minds, who have large minds, they are not awarded. Superficial people are awarded. My talk is not for awards criticism. My award is different, just like success is different. People say you'll get success, they don't define what is success. People expect success, but they do not know what is success. How, if somebody asks you, define success, how shall you define? Is there some specific definition? Can you find somewhere? You won't find somewhere. Somebody, I didn't get fruit of that, I the result of that, people say that. But they do not know what actually they wanted. Point is that. Do you know? 0 to 9, we say 0, 1, 2, like that. Why sequence is there? Sequence is made to reference. If we have to compare, we have to understand value of 0, 1, 2, etc. and up to 9. It goes on increasing, or you take other way, it goes on decreasing. It's one and same. If you ascend on a staircase and you descend from staircase. What I say when I say success or fruit, it doesn't mean lottery. It doesn't mean immediate result, no. Because there can be no activity that is complete. Understand organization. There is no activity in life that is complete. Life is full of activities. Not activities, thousands and thousands of activities, which you ignore. Everybody ignores, they don't take into account. But activities are activities. We never care for them, we do it. And those activities which affect my mind, I think for them only. Oh, I have to go to school to study. My God, it's so difficult. I want to sleep. It happens. Because you like not to go to school because you have a problem, you don't have to concentrate. Your problem is you don't want to concentrate, that's it. School is not your enemy. You want to sleep. Sleep is pleasure for you, but work is not pleasure for you. For you, work is study. At that time, you don't know what is this. Study. You don't know what's his results, and your parent says you have to pass this, you have to be successful. Or you don't know where you are leading to, because you are happy to play with other kids, other children. That brings to you pleasure. You feel happy, and happiness is part of life. Where you will feel pleasant, happy, you will go there certainly. If you want, oh, I want to play a game in my street, I am going there, I like it, I don't sit on homework. Alright, that's also your right. But how many percent of that you select, it's up to you. Again I say, it's time. Management of time, organization of time. You have so many hours a day, how can you manage? That is also a part of organization. Time management, minutes management, hours management, you say that. What I am stressing is that management is not one way. It is many ways. Professional management is in many ways. And we start it only when we join school or we join colleges, universities, and then profession. Therefore, total quality is important here. If you don't build your quality system on your own, nobody will make it for you. Because your quality is in your hands, in nobody's hands. Your teacher is only for 1 year, and that only for few classes. There may be 20 teachers, there may be 10 teachers, there may be 5 teachers in your class, but they are dedicated for you. No one is dedicated for you. You are only there to be dedicated for you, no one else. And when you understand this point, that you are your own teacher, at that time you will really understand what is value of time and what is value of success. Of course, you will understand later on. When I say this, people enjoy life. That's true. Enjoy life, nobody stop you. But everybody does not want to enjoy. There are serious people too in this world. And how can you be serious? If I raise a question to everybody, you want to be serious or you want to be, liberal to enjoy life? What do you prefer? I think I will find 98% people who say, no, I don't know serious. Serious is life. No. Why should I be serious? I'll enjoy life. I'll enjoy all the Harvard tour. I go there and there, meet my friends. I have society. Okay. Do it. Nobody is stopping you that. But remember, then do not expect to be leader in one. Leader. Leader. Very, common word. Very peak word also. and it's also used with ship, leadership. Why do you say leadership? What ship is there? Leadership has become a joke these days. Those who have no quality of leadership, they are leaders. And those are really leaders, they are not leaders. That's the difference. How many leaders are there in this world now who could manage, who could organize COVID properly? I say not even a single leader in the whole world at this day, out of 200 countries or more countries. Not even a single person is there to whom I can say that he is a leader of world. No leader. Because they are politicians, not leaders. They are game players, not leaders. They are interested in positions only, not in development of community. They are not interested in world development. They are not just the earth improvement. They are interested only in their states. So what they say, they do, because they have got powers, not qualities, not education, not any standard. They are leaders, which is fake word. Leader means, first of all, leader is not a position. Leadership, or you can say being a leader, is a responsibility. It's not a position, it's not a job description. You can also be leader of your own. Did you ever try to think that you lead yourself? Which age you thought that? If you can self-lead, I think there is no bigger leader than that. Why should I think somebody should lead me? Why? I will think that only when I have certain deficiency in me, or I am not able to understand myself, or I can't use my mind. Problem starts at that time when you are able to use your mind. That time is real time in your life. When you start depending on others to decide for you, that is very critical stage in life. There is a limit that to some stage you depend on family members, your parents, your relatives, your teachers to some stage. But there are people who even start from beginning of their studentship that I am thinking my way. And there are people who start a little later from college time that I can think my way. And there are some more people who start little later on. And there are some people who never do that. They only want to stay in class of followership. They don't want to be leaders because they are not interested in leadership. They are interested just to have pleasure in life, which is called common life. Well, because I'm talking of programming, I'm talking of, organization, the question of leadership comes in. That time when you can think yourself, use your mind 100%, 200%, 300% on any problem, on every analysis. It may be plus or minus, it may be constructive or destructive, it may be right or wrong. Irrespective of that, you at least think. That line is very, very important. Search where you start that. That life, that line, that day changes your personality, your maturity level, your face impression, your talking style, your deciding style, your writing style, your argumentative style. Every character you have starts coming in, building up, and you change yourself. So there are two sections. One was up to that life, and next starting in this. Not necessarily you should have a degree for that, not at all. World leaders are fearful of those who think. Go to wherever you want to go, Those people who think, they are not allowed to stay more. That is also a fact. Or there are good people also who think, no, we want to use this man, use this person because he is a thinking. Now it depends upon what leadership quality those have. Think is God gift. Thinking is God gift, remember. Because this comes not from you within, it comes from nature of power. Your mind is now set up to think. This means this mind is developed. Till now it was giving feedback, feeding from so many locations, and now it has started its programming. It has started application development. Your mind is now working. It's not getting any support from someone, it's getting its own support, and it has established its internal circuit, and therefore you are thinking. And that is very dangerous time for people, because difference of opinion starts in pouring in. Difference of opinion between or among siblings, difference of opinions between you and your parent or your teacher, difference of opinion everywhere. But those who are intellectuals, my parents are intellectuals, say, your parents are intellectual, your siblings are intellectual, your friends are intellectuals, they will recognize it. They will not fight with you, they will come to you to solve their problem. Because you can think. You can think. And if they can also think, or your friend can also think, then you become think tank. Yes, difference of opinion shall exist. I don't mind that. But you become a think tank by a team. You are a thinking team rather than destroying team. Or you can't break immediately. If you want to break something, you will think on that also. If I break, this can happen, or I modify, this can happen, or if I don't want to break, this can happen. That's called analysis. So your mind has become analytical, and that's required. Analytical means science and engineering. Analytical means problem solving technique. That is required. If you can analyze and find some conclusion, or you can submit 2 or 3 options for some problem, certainly one of them will be valid. And you have to find best out of those 3 or 4 options, and that's called solution, professional solution. Maybe not 100% correct, but fittest of fit. Fittest of fit. Where your real education starts. Then education or your books or your understanding, then you don't need a teacher, you need a guide in that case. Because guidance is also important. When you don't know route of some destination, then certainly you refer to map of that area or road of that area, something you will like to get so that that direction is not known to you. For that, you don't need a teacher, you need a friend in name of guide. So what I am stressing is in organizational form, that organization always works where people think. And that's what some companies, some organizations say, if you have something you think on, if you want to suggest something, suggest, submit your opinion, and we will consider that positive. That is not obligation on someone, because you are a member of that organization. It's your duty as well as it's duty of that organization leaders to receive your thoughts so that both can benefit. If organization can use you or you can improve organization, it's in interest of both. Where we are missing here. Nowadays we are thinking, oh, we are conducting this seminar, this debate, webinar, this and that for 1 hour, 2 hours, we all talk and result is nil. It is pomp and show or real? That we have to think. If we have to see some PowerPoint presentations only, I don't consider this a seminar. PowerPoint presentation, okay, fine, that's okay. But we know that. You take this information from this source, that information from this source, put 4 or 5 photographs on that and say this is happening here. We know that. That's you're not telling your mind. You're just telling your references you collected from. We can also collect them. What does it give then? You give your mind. I join some webinar to know what you are, what your mind can do, what is your opponent, what is your position. I don't want to see references. This is a fashion these days. Talk is little about subject and so many references from here, from there, from here. Statistical data are there. What I do with that? Give me solution. They are sort of solutions. They don't give solution. They do not provide any solution and they conduct many seminars. What's the function of that? What's the purpose of that? No purpose. We are in search of, we are in findings of thinkers, not picture or photo sessionist. We know that. I don't want excellent presentations. Give a simple answer. Is 2 plus 2 4 or 3.5 or 4.5? What's true? Give me a clear answer. And if you can't answer that, then why should I come to you? What's the purpose of that? I come to you just to get something of importance to you, or I can get some knowledge. If I don't get that, then no meaning at all. That's what I'm saying. I'm talking about organization, management and projects. The important point is discover more and more and apply it. Problem lies herein that we people of all sections, all classes, all professions keep off that information which is written somewhere, but I'm not able to locate that. And even if I locate that by my efforts, by someone else, I'm not going to study that. I don't want my computer to be full of information, but I never open that. What's the purpose then? I keep say 200 books in my hard disk, technical books, other books, and if you never use them, never read them, what is function of that storage? Is there any function left? If I do not value reading, I don't want to involve myself in that. There's no, I would say, okay, somebody else will learn it. Who is somebody else there? If you see coming generation or existing generation, they are not pro-reading, no. They are not worth reading. They don't have time to read. They have time to smoke. They have time to go to club. They have time to go to pub. They have to walk here and there. They don't have time to study. They have time to watch cricket commentary, watch cricket match. They don't have time to study. And it's not for this country. It's for whole world, I'm telling you. I am finding that world is uniformly changing. As I thought that in my country also there are foolish people. When I walk here, say people are not using mask, just reference I'm giving. People are using mask here, not covering nostrils and eyes, and I sometimes feel threatened to walk through that area. If I want to walk, I stop walking there because people are not using mask, they are just sitting. And I asked many people, is there no corona here? They were laughing. So I thought maybe our people are foolish in Bharat, India. But when I see French people, I see Spanish people, I see American people, I see English people, I don't find any difference except color difference and clothing difference. Same whole world is mad. Yes, the whole world has become mad. I can't help it. Because of communication and because of non-seriousness. They could not keep themselves in confinement of room for 2 or 3 months. All over world. And they feel, oh, we got liberated, we are in fresh air now. What do you call it? Does it not mean foolishness? This means you are not serious. I'm not saying they are responsible for this, but they are not serious. They were not happy in Rome for 2 months. Why? Because they are not able to concentrate on anything. Oh, I'm in Rome. Oh my God, 3 days, 4 days, 5 days, what I do? How many films can I see? How much chatting can I do? After all, there is a limit for everything. But no studies. I advise people, don't waste this time. You are lucky to get 2-3 months, use it. 99 people did not use it. 99%. They want to joggle, they want to go out, they want to drink, they want to enjoy, they want to do everything. Physical pleasure is more important than mental or spiritual pleasure. I am not a spiritual, but a spiritual word is to be used because after all, everybody is having a spirit, whether you accept it or you don't accept it. Your acceptance or rejection does not mean anything because there is soul in your body. It's working like sun is working, like moon is working, like sky is working. There's a soul in the body. You're breathing in or you can't breathe in. If your soul works or it stops, then you die. Simple. What I'm saying, seriousness is missing from world. And that is my concern. I'm not going to stay forever, that's true. But stay or doesn't matter, stay or don't stay doesn't matter. Matter is, seriousness is very important property. I don't say don't laugh, I don't mean that. I'm not saying that. Laugh, enjoy, smile, do everything. When I say seriousness, I don't mean face like this. No, that is not seriousness, it is impression. Seriousness is something else. This isn't seriousness, no. This is foolishness. Smile, no problem. Laugh, no problem. Be happy with people, go to people, meet them. Who says no? But just I said 0 to 9, you are at 0, you want to go to 9, how shall you go? You have to go to 1, 2, 3, like that, you have to cross every point. And you say, I have to reach 5, I don't reach 9. See that? You cannot reach 9 in that case. So you have not completed root of serial number, you are not on number 9. And when you reach number 9 successfully, that is seriousness. It doesn't mean stubborn. No. It means what you decide, you do it. For complete. That is serious. And you can say then, effort of 0 has brought to you 9. This is your success at 9. Then you can go further. When you go from 0 to 9, certainly you are at 0 also because you started from there. So you can easily come back to 0, but you want to lose that road, you won't lose that. That is seriousness. I don't say face is serious, and people take different meaning of seriousness. When you study something, And if you don't understand that, you feel bad, of course. But once you understand that, oh, I have understood, you feel little pleasure or not? Sometimes people don't know you are working in your mind. Oh, he's sitting idle, he's not doing anything. That guy doesn't know the person is working in mind. And sometimes you start smiling yourself, you start laughing yourself, hello, because your mind is telling you something. It tells you something, it gives you answer, and then you smell laughing or enjoying internally. And sometimes you are lost in vision also, while you're studying, you're doing something, momentarily you are lost for say 2-3 minutes. It's not because you're sleeping, it's because something pulled you out. Your energy that was the mind working for you, it pulled you in and controlled you to giving you some answer. And you receive that answer from nature because you had some problem, you got answer to that, and you feel so, oh, I got this answer, how I got it, I don't know, I didn't try for that. You forgot there's a teacher, there's a support for you from nature. And that's why we say God helps those who help themselves. There's a phrase. So you got answer because you raised a question to God or to nature, God or nature, they call it, it doesn't matter. Or you can say you raised a question to your library of information, and that library of information answered you by, after searching out from various books, what is answer to that. And then you feel blessed. Oh, I got it. And once you are in that line, you will get answers and answers and answers for every problem. Of course, it would take some time. That is my difference of life, understanding. Mind has no limit, remember. If you use mind, there is no other way left. And that's why duffers always fear those who use mind. If you are intelligent enough to work in whatever position you are, believe me, if you are intelligent, if you are worker, a real worker, I don't feel any shame in calling myself worker, because one who works is worker, whosoever you are. Work is work, we call work is worship. So, when I work means I'm a worker and I use my mind, whatever position it is, I don't care for that. Because I work for and I care for work. And that works forces me to do another work. And that another work forces me to do another work. Because works are also related. Works are also related, like books are related, like activities are related, work is related, subjects are related. So you have to naturally move into another work and another work and another work. So you will find that you have gone astray, and people say it's encroaching my field, it's encroaching my job, which generates jealous, element of jealous in other person. Let it be. Because you are not taking anything from someone else, but others who are not giving anything, they start feeling something. This happens everywhere, and profession of ours and organization of what I am talking about is also same. There's no difference. One more thing I tell you, if you are self-disciplined, if you are self-organizer, discipline and organization are same. Because discipline is important and discipline is organization. If you want to organize yourself, if you want to do something, if you want to prove something, and no question of proving something is done, it's already proved. If you want to do something in life, discipline yourself first. And discipline means organize yourself. Organization and discipline are same thing. Just like you get up sometime in the morning, so I got up this time, then you get up that time. Don't say, today I got up 5 o'clock and then next day I slept at 9 o'clock. No, I could not get up at 11 o'clock. Why? This means you have not programmed your mind. You have not programmed your sleep. Remember, best teacher is nature. If same thing sun does say, today I am there at 5 o'clock in the morning or 6 o'clock in the morning, next day I will be at 12 noon, what shall happen to you? Shall you feel happy? No. But you know what sun does? Sun is always regular. Nature is always regular. What nature designs, it does. If nature designs that your size of body should be this much at time of birth, it is this much only. And your size should be this much at time of death, it is this much only. Nature has decided Earth moves in 24 hours. Right, on your suggestion, it moves in 24 hours. And it decides 365 days around sun orbit, it takes. No change there. Don't you call it a system? It is a system. So, when God does form itself such a wide system, such a drastic system, all these 9 planets of this solar system, where Sun is located 15 crores kilometers from here, Jupiter is located 76 crores kilometers from here, and I think about 9 billion kilometers total circle of solar systems around. Measure it. Why don't you learn? In which body you are living is not system. It is complete system. Your body. You may say I am 70 kilogram, I am 60 kilogram. Okay, you are 60 or 70 kilogram. But what technology is working therein? What science is working therein? What knowledge is working there in my body, your body? Is that not a facilities plant? If that system does not facilitate you, can you exist? Can I exist? No. And this works for time until you live. It does not stop even for 5 seconds, 10 seconds. Is that not beauty? No electrical energy, no magnetic energy, natural energy are using, and since birth until death, you are alive, you are active, there is no shutdown, there is no maintenance time, and you are moving. Of course, there are changes, depreciation in your body indeed. This is what organization is. God told you everything. Every time He tells you, do this, but you don't understand. I am sleeping, it's Sunday, I want to get up. Oh, Sunday, you want to get up. You're too tired. Oh, okay, sleep, take rest, no problem. You want to maintain your machine, no problem. This is liberty God has given you. God doesn't come and, okay, get up. Okay, let him sleep. It's up to him. I have given this charter to this man. If this man does not understand my charter, what can I do? Everybody is chartered. Remember, you know charter, what is charter? Charter is special grants of rights given by king or whosoever. And God is our king. God is our master. God is everyone. So He has chartered to you, to me, to everyone, what you do with your mind. And once you decide by your mind, if you have mind, if you don't use your mind, then you can't decide. Then someone else will decide for you and enslave you. Who are slaves? Only those who don't use mind. And those who have mind, all leaders fear them. Because leaders are not mindful. All leaders are mindless. And they call themselves leaders while you are also leader in your field. But they don't consider you leaders because he is an engineer, he is a doctor, he is a chartered accountant, he is a vegetable marketsman, he is a businessman, he is that. They don't call you leaders because they know they are actual counterparts of leaders. So what I am saying in management or organization is, you can change everything because organization does not exist at all. Nowhere organization exists in the world. You have to make it. We as individual, I as individual, they as group can organize on papers. That is only on papers, not in fact. Everybody is an organizer. Clashes happen between the organizers, not in organization, remember. Clashes do happen among people, different organizations, because where people are having different minds, but they are intelligent. I'm not saying not intelligent, they are brilliant, they are visionaries. But visionaries only have difference of opinions. But they debate, they talk, they concentrate, and they can say resolve their differences logically, reasonably. That is what programming is all about. So when my mind programs itself based on information I have from university or from my profession or knowledge of education, I start using that. Everybody does it. And when you start using that, you develop more and more. And I just for information, giving information not because of the profession, I calculated that everybody in normal mind has an aura on his head that's about 80-meter diameter. Aura, you know what I'm talking of? A software, when it's active, it's open, it's 80-meter diameter in size, and 80 meters means more than 25 or 20 to 25 story building, a globe on head, and all files are stored in that in normal mind situation. And you start thinking that all day your work, your plus and minus and risk factors and opportunities and what you can achieve, you cannot achieve. Application mind means you first of all can't sleep very long. That is first achievement. People may say, medico may say, oh, you're not sleeping 8 hours, that's against health. They may say that because they talk medical. They talk medical only and they do not talk mind. Your mind does not need that much sleep as you sleep. But your mind, when it works very strongly, it neutralizes your requirement of sleep. It neutralizes. That's my experience. But I'm not saying don't sleep, you sleep. Everybody is different. But power of mind should be organized properly. You organize your work. You organize, you write for others' works. Hey, you have to do this. If that person listens to you or that person, not that person develop, certainly that person listen to you. And when you decide for everybody what you have to do and sequence those activities on those job responsibility, you create an organization. What's there? You can organize for 100 people, for 200 people, for 5,000 people, for 10,000 people, depending on your position, your responsibility, and what is expected of you. And that can vary. This is not hard and fast. You can always change it. This is subject to change. You can do that. Nobody stops you from that. As far as it's better, it's better for organization. So organizational hierarchy is always subject to change. It's not, it's not confined because it relates to mind, your mind. If you are organizer, if you are designer of this organization, and if someone is there, that is. So I say project organization requires your mind. Don't forget, project is not for one day, as I told before also. Project takes time to complete, and to that time, to the day when it's completed, to that day it's called project. Next day it's not project. It doesn't remain in definition of project. Next day it changes. No more it's project. Because nothing projection is left. No projection is left. No projection means no balance work is left. What to do more is not left. So it cannot be called project then. It comes into use, it comes into operation. And that operation and maintenance moves forever until life of that project continues. Example, life of a facility plant, say let us say refinery, or let us say some reactor, or you can say some other plant which is industrial one. Generally life is for say 30 years. On 30 years then you must get another plant, or you must retrofit that for another. Either retrofit that or get another one. That's what I say. It's a limited one because it's for 30 years, but there may be something which may be limited to 50 years, 60 years, 100 years, or never ending. So project is one sequence and operation another sequence. Project is limited time, maybe 6 months, 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 5 years. But operation is many more times, and it can be further enlarged. So my organization concentration is not what management thinks or what managers think or what management education tries to tell. I have to understand management myself. I have to understand my organization myself because it depends on work, it depends on discipline, it depends on area of expertise, what you are doing. Sometimes there is only single person in some organization, sole person you can say, but that person also works. Sometimes there are 2 people only. Sometimes there are less than 10, and somewhere thousands, 5,000, 10,000 people are there. All organizations, it depends on requirements. You may have 500 persons on your site, 1,000 persons on your site. When you construct that, its size, its requirement of size of learning, what is that much? So you need that. But organization principle is same. What is principle? I just say in simplest language, if somebody asks you, what is your principle of your organization? Construction management, or in project management, or is in design management, or wherever it is, what should you define? What's your organizational management principle? I would simply say, I have to use all these resources for defined time in optimum way or in best possible way. What else is there? I have to finish something, I have to deliver something. I keep that datum line in my mind and start line in my mind. I know this is duration for this one. Simple it is. I have duration. I know how much work is there. Already it is done. So I can use this duration for allotting part of certain time to this activity and part of this to this other activity. And I know when I have to shut for purpose of testing and then shut for purpose of operation. And within that period, I have to fix all my works. This is what organization is simple. And I have to keep in mind how many people I want. For that, I have to extract one item from here. That this item is principal item, which if I decide, this will dictate all other items. That's what you have to think. Is there something else to think? Example, suppose one project has 100,000 cubic meter RCC or concrete work, or if not concrete, structural steel work, means which is dominating item on that project, on which depends all other items. That dominant item I have to catch hold of this item. This item is main item without which other items do not move. So I say I take this item and I want to finish this item in this period from this date of start of work to this date of completion of this item. I decided it, let's say 50% time or 60% time of my schedule or my contract period I fix to this item. My problem is solved. Because I allotted 50 to 60% time for doing this item. This is dominating item, this is major item, and I allot this to my schedule, which shall give me number of persons I want to finish this, and this period I will finish this, so that others can move in sequence or in parallel depending upon their link to this item. So problem is solved. The only problem remains is to work on that chart and nothing else. Work on that bar chart or CPM or PUT, and what else is there? Already design is done. I thought I have to allot this, and that's all. So that is my fundamental point that I allotted that. Now that depends on you. If you want more resources in that, then you reduce time of a schedule, or you want to reduce the extend time of it. It depends upon your contract or design, what you agreed for. Or when you finish this, that depends on means when you want to use that project as operational work. When it should be operational on this date, that's all we have to do. Is that difficult thing? And then you have quantity of concrete, you have how much shuttering is there, how much steel is there, or what else is there, how many block work is there, how much plaster is there, how many, all quantities you have already there. So it's only then work of quantity, not of technique. Technique you have decided, I have to grip this one, and that's it. This is what is programming, what is scheme, what is planning, or you can say anything. So where is organization then? On this depends organization. In this period I want this type of stuff because I am working on structure of concrete. I want so many engineers, structural engineers, concrete engineers, and formwork engineers and steel engineers, and this foreman or whatever it is. You have to decide for that period, and your requirement is over. Now what sort of people you have to define separately. So one sequence goes to another one goes to another one, this like that you can do. So what is engineering in that? Tell me. It's not engineering, it's your mind. Again I say, engineering cannot teach you that. Engineering can teach you only basics. Whatever engineering you do, only you will learn basics, not more than that. Because books are not available that gives you detailed planning, all details of everything. That book is here. If you go to some book and find, you will not find any answer of project. No possible. Sometimes if you give book, take these books and appear in examination, you'll be very happy. Oh, I haven't given book. Oh, no problem, no book I have. Why should I study? I'll open this book and write answer. Laughing stop. Laughing stop. Because you will delay your answer. Because you spend time in finding answer and you will not write any answer. By time you are able to do something, time shall go. Practice is practice. Well, we say practice I'm a professional practice. Why you call it practice? Because if you don't practice, you can't do anything. It's not your memory. It's a practice, means link of your mind to your writing. Communication between mind and hand. This is important. Communication. That's why I say organization is based on many principles. Cost, time, quality. And further supported by resources, risks, safety, money, and various other supports. Resources, informations, vendors, unlimited points are there. But control points are 3. You have to maintain fixed costs or budget. You have to do in time, and you have to maintain quality. If you can work on this triangle successfully, that I call successfully, it's fine. Otherwise, you are nowhere in profession. Yes, there are answers, there are delays, there is everything. I understand that. Because of one reason or other reason, because you are not sleeping, others are sleeping, or because you are sleeping, others not sleeping. Inaction time is called sleep. Remember, not this inaction time. When there is a time you are not acting, you should act in time. But that action is in your hands. So you want other to act, that action is in his hands. You can't force everybody every time to act. This means that's forced act. And forced act is not useful. Forced act means beating. If someone is not interested to work, ignore that, so simple. It is profession. It's not film. It's not game in school. Profession says you have to do it. When I was in job, I used to say, oh, this is contract, don't take it so seriously. No, it is contract. You have to take it seriously. There are two ways. One intelligence says, oh, this is contract, why do you worry? Other intelligence says, no, this is contract, you have to be serious. Now which one is correct? You tell me. Which one is correct? You have to be serious or you are not to be serious. Which one is correct? When you contract someone, you enter into some contract. Here point is, the person who is giving you a contract, that's called employer, that person is finishing his job by entering into a contract with you. He has put you under binding. He's put you upon binding. Though both are bound, but person whom work is given is exclusively bound. Because liability of person who is giving you contract is only that person has to pay you. But your liability is that you have to deliver. Delivery of work is a responsibility. Responsibility, and that's also in a cost decided. You cannot later on say, I have got this loss, give me this loss. My rate was wrong, my quotation was wrong, my price was wrong. There's a 10% error or 15% error. Please you compensate me. You can't say that. So which one is more useful and more powerful? Person who says contract is serious, that is powerful, or says no, it's not serious, which one is powerful? Can you think? My thinking says person who says contract is seriousness, because you have to do it. You have to do it. No way out. Even at cost of losing money, you have to do it. Or else you will be impacted by contract conditions. You may be blacklisted. You may earn bad image. Of course, you are going to lose, certainly. So, did you come to that point to lose? You are already earned money, or you came to that point of contract to earn bad image. What for you reach there? You consider those points and then come here. You have to be serious or you are not to be serious. You will really understand yourself. Always remember, person who is giving contract has financial liability only. Because he has finances, that's why he is giving contract. He is promoting something, he will get benefit of promotion. For him, this money is for you. His responsibility is finished. That person, but your responsibility comes up. You have to finish that work. And if you don't finish that work in defined time, and you don't have money to finish the work, problem is yours, not that one, not that of this employer. This means business of contract, business of promotion is for liability, further liability, not for that contract. You deliver that contract and that person may get benefits or losses. That depends on future of that promotion, whether it works or it doesn't work successfully. That is in future. That person can make money at your risk, because he paid to you, you delivered to him, and that relation does not exist anymore. But that person shall make money out of that or may lose money, that person, employer, it's up to him. You are not involved there. So you are involved for delivery. If you can't deliver, you shall certainly be in problem. Therefore, contracting is very difficult that way. It's very risky that way. You have to do everything and then you get your money. Only then you will be paid. Risk is yours because contract is yours. If there is any legal liability, that's yours. If there is any accountability, that's yours. If there is any prosecution, that's yours. So, how do you say contracting is not serious? If you do not understand contracting, better avoid it. Because looking at big stuff, don't be happy. Oh, this is so many million and billion of dollars of it. Don't be happy with that. That is not point of getting happiness. That is worry. Because you estimated that. You assess that price and you are responsible for that. Nobody did it for you. Whoever did it for you on your behalf, so that is your point. I say you have to check quality of that price. You have to check quality of that price you are quoting, and that's your point. You should say, not my point. Design can be changed. There is a possibility that you amend design during work itself. The price cannot be changed. You have to do that. So don't take it easily. Don't take it easy that contracting is so easy. It's very difficult, very cumbersome in profession of contracting, and particularly in field of civil engineering, where you have to deliver quality, you have to deliver in defined time, and you have to deliver in defined cost, meeting all contract requirements. Otherwise, you have to pay back for mistakes. And if you have to pay a lot back, this means you are gone. Your margins are not heavy on such projects. Hardly 10% maximum, 8% maximum, 7% maximum. You will not get 25% at all until there is something wrong. Therefore, be serious about that. And particularly I am suggesting to engineers who are on jobs of such. Yeah, if you are supervising, no risk for you. Certainly it's a problem for those engineers who work in contracting companies where they have a lot of liability. And every company wants that they should have minimum staff, but they forget that adequate staffing is also important. Yes, adequate staffing absence means the lack of staff. There can be chances of more and more errors, because no corroboration, no ratification of, no second check, no third check, no relook, and certainly we lose something. Don't take it easy, and my suggestion is only that don't take easy, that take it very seriously. Take it very seriously. Problem is quality management, quality organization is very difficult. Quality organization, I'm not saying quality. Quality organization is very difficult. Competent you should be, qualitative you should be, professional you should be, but ultimately who is responsible? If you can, oh no, my owner is responsible, if I made mistake, that's just only, you can't say that. Your owner, your employer employed you for this purpose because that person did not have time or competency for what you do. So that employer pays you for this service. And you can't make mistakes in service in a hazard way. You have no right to do that. That's why I'm saying contract is not easy. Management or organization is not easy. That easy, not that easy. Yes, once you are sure, that's why I say seriousness. If you are serious, you can think better, you can concentrate better. And when you concentrate doesn't mean concentrate on your results or your work. Concentrate differently. Thinking sometime, oh, means by chance I say, I worked something, so I have worked it. One go I did it. It's my duty to really come back. It's not necessary at that time, so that file with me. I can just think, should I take that? Have I taken this? Have I taken that? Remember, your mind programs everything. Not only what you think, but also what you work. When you think you are working, your mind is noting everything. You work on Excel sheet, or you work on word sheet, or you work whatever. Maybe at time of entering data or writing something, your mind won't tell you because it is busy. It does not have your permission to interfere. The mind needs your permission also. And your silence is your permission. Your inaction time is its permission. So let us you work for 8 hours or 6 hours on that. You are busy, you cannot find that error yourself, you cause some error. But when you relax, let's say for 10-15 minutes or half an hour, 1 hour, or you're taking food, you're in bed, relaxing, suddenly your mind will tell you did miss that point. It was in your mind, but you did not write. Your mind shall tell you, because your mind has developed. Your mind has developed. It shall warn you, it shall alert you, because it's working like computer. It will alert you. Then it's your duty to check when you come back. Oh yes, I did this mistake. This means there is someone else with you who watches you. You may call it your mind concentration, or you may take another name, but it's helping you because it's already programmed. So that program product that tells you, you missed this point, you missed this point, and maybe yesterday you missed this point, it will remind you, and 2 days back you missed this point. It happens only when you concentrate. And when you don't concentrate, telephone, I'm talking on telephone, working, okay, talking for 1 hour on telephone, I'll do it tomorrow. That is not concentration. That is deflection. That's a differentiation. You are not working, you are wasting your time. If you are talking, talk on phone, won't work better. That is also phone concentration, because maybe you are getting some information from other person and you are not listening to that person, you are busy here as well as there. So you can't concentrate either on phone or on your file. So you are missing every way. Change your habit. Either phone, because you have to listen to phone, but to listen to other person, that is also a very good habit. People say, it doesn't listen to me. They are complaints. Believe me, it's very bad. You know, listening means what? There are some people who only wants to speak, they don't listen. Listen to me. Okay, so listen to you, you are big boss. And there are some people who listen to others. Which one is intelligent out of these two? Tell me. A person who says, hey, listen to me, and listen to you. Okay, tell me what you want to say. Person who says, tell me what you say, I think I should give him more marks, because that person is intelligent to extract information from the person. And maybe that information is useful. And person, other one, who just say, listen to me, just give me information. He's not taking anything from him. Sometimes listening is required. It doesn't take 24 hours to listen. Listens helps you if other party is reliable. Because you are listening for work, you are not listening to your wife or your children. It's work. Other person is also on work. That person also is dealing with activities. Maybe foreman, maybe chargeman, maybe labor, maybe worker, maybe the driver, maybe office boy. First of all, because you are so senior, they will not talk to you openly. They cannot talk to you as a personal friend. They will give you reliable information. And that information sometimes is secret. You know, people say, he is spy. He is a spy of managing director. He is a spy of chief engineer. Don't speak something here, he will tell there. I know this happens in groups. Nobody is a spy. If I somebody I'm on my behalf, I put him aside just to know information what's happening outside, how people are working. Well, let them backbite. Backbite is no problem. I don't mind that. I like it, Let them backbite me. What's the problem? They are only backbiting, doing nothing else. If my juniors backbite me, they will not backbite me, I know, in my presence. Or when I am in room or somewhere else, they are not here. They have an opportunity to be liberal. What's the problem with that? They have full opportunity to think bad for me. They have full opportunity to think good for me. But they should not fight. Let them backbite me, no problem. Okay, you are right, because you are so stressed or working in sun. If you say this man is bad, this boss is bad, bloody fool, this and that, no problem to me. This much right, this democratic right, constitutional right. Let them do that, but they should work. That's important. If that person works and says this engineer is bad, I don't like this. He observes something, that's why he says. If that person observes something, only then he displays that to some other. He has no other board where he can displace. He has only someone to whom he says something and keeps on, oh, okay, I have told this man, let him tell someone else. So this little relaxation gaps doesn't matter. Why I am saying this? We are all human beings. We have every right to speak about something as far as work is concerned. Yes, personality or personal clashes are not acceptable. For work, you backbite me. You can say something about me, no problem. This person comes in morning and shows that big chamcha and patila and all that. No problem. No problem at all. He's a very stiff person. He comes and shouts like anything. What he thinks of himself. No problem. Let them say. After all, they are my people. They are working for me. As far as they maintain harmony, they maintain peace, they are good in nature, they don't have father with them, they have no mothers with them, they have no siblings with them, they have no friends with them, they are working in isolation. Your anger should go out. This is psychology. We are not going to have relations in future. Our relations are work oriented. So I don't mind that. Now we also criticize someone being so highly qualified, having so much money. We also criticize a higher position. What else? We do that. So why don't they do that? Let them do that. As far as nothing is harmed. I support them. Okay, tell me more. Tell me about me what I am. Sometimes if I talk to them, only this who told me about this. You don't know full about me. आई एम वेरी बैड, यू डोंट नो दैट। नो नो साहब, नो तो ऐसे ही कह दिया था। नो, डोंट रिग्रेट, टेल मी मोर अबाउट मी, टेल me more so that I can improve myself. It's your nature how you deal with others. You are an organization. You are head of organization. They are your members. They are on lowest pylon. So they don't have power. But they also have depression. Also on depression, just like you are. It's your duty to decrease their depression. It's your duty to keep them happy. Yes, skills are different. Everybody is not having the same skill. But they are for you. You have to take their care. So don't think that you are enemies out of sea when you have a job for 10 hours or 12 hours a day. You know, this time is more than you are in your home. In home, you sleep for 6-7 hours. And then you have 2-3 hours only, 4 hours only. Out of that, you bath also, you go to toilet also, and you eat also. So you have 2 or 3 hours with your family. So which period is for your friends and for your colleagues or for your work? It's more than the time involvement with your family. So which is more important family, you think of that? Your nuclear family is important for you. This family is important for you, which is supporting your nuclear family. Your nuclear family cannot be supported if this family does not support you. That is called organizational psychology. I'm not saying you accept what I'm saying. Just think on that. Am I wrong? Okay. Suggest to me what should be done then. What is the alternative for this? Can we manage? Can we organize without that? If I can organize without that, okay, we try. I always ask our colleagues, planners, quantifiers, and those who are involved, okay, do your duty, do whatever you do, but give reasons. If you can explain, it's okay. If you cannot explain, let work move as it is moving. Just fulfill your formalities and approvals are taken, and that's all. We'll manage ourselves. Because when you are highly qualified, you know, everybody has different approach to work. My approach and your approach can never meet. Sometimes I see those who are foremen on sites or supervisors on sites, they are not highly educated, but they know how to work. They know sometimes something or they do something we can't even think of. And we learn from them. We don't tell them, we learned from you. And that's how site knowledge moves to book knowledge. Then you can say, okay, you can organize into book, you can write a book on that. This work was done like this, and we did that way, we solved this problem like this. So for you it becomes a technology or technique, but for them it's jugaad, or you can say how to resolve. Generally these skilled people who can't express themselves, they know a lot because of their heredity or because of something else. After all, work is work. Books don't teach you work, work teaches you. So I take all those factors into account when I decide about organization and equipment involvement, human resources involvement, and intellectual involvement. I don't find benefit from intellectualism, very frank. Okay, formality is one thing. It's formality because we have to prove, we have to show that we have that, and they work on that, we have documentation, everything. All that part is okay. But as far as work is concerned, operation or you can say activities are concerned, we have to be little different. I never directly involved. Now it's not that time anymore. When I used to work, I am never directly involved with my team. I let them free under charges of foremen or those direct so that they could talk easily to them, they could know. If I am always present there, they can't talk freely. They talk freely means they, you see, they are human beings. They must be free as far as they work, I again say. As far as they work, there is no loss to work output. If they talk, if they sing, if they taunt each other or they abuse each other, and there is no violence on site, there is peaceful atmosphere. It's human being you cannot change, it's human nature. But we do same when we two engineers say it always to staff say. We also conduct in same way, we don't conduct in different way. It's not one nationality issue, we know about in 15 nationality, 50 more than that. So it is everywhere same, everywhere same, no difference. So only you can't change world, you can change yourself. So organize yourself, I say, in whatever way you want to organize. There is no hard and fast rule. That rule applies only to papers and to documentation. They are to submit organization chart, write job description for each and everybody, tell them what we have, what we don't have, submit look ahead programs and this program and that program. You do all reporting information on what's happening on your project. That's regular fashion. You cannot change that. A couple of years it goes on. I will not force someone to do something or not to do something. But remember, again I say, job is job, quality is quality. If you compromise with quality of management, quality of profession, quality of organization, quality of others, or quality of work, you fail others and you fail yourself. You are not going to save money if you say you're not done quality. You are not going to earn something for our organization. You can't say that I made profit for you because I missed this quality. There is no such relation. I don't accept that relation which you want to justify. It only says that my quality is bad because I progressed a lot. I don't accept this. Your quality is bad because you did more work. I do not accept that. You may accept that just to protect your skin, but that's not way of profession, because you spend money, same money. Only problem was you were not careful. You're not careful. You're careless, and that's why quality lapsed. No other reason. You do not save 10% or 5%. Money is spent as spent. Don't do such act where you just try to justify what is unjustified. Take some water. I moved to concrete again. Yesterday I talked about concrete chapter. That's again I said concrete. I talked yesterday about quality control of concrete, quality management of concrete, quality system of concrete on site of high temperature, which is very essential for every engineer. They are missing now. I open that file now and let's move how can I represent. I'll try to see how much I can control that, how much can move, because this is very important file. Let's concrete section 5. Because concrete is very important material for everybody, for every project. Without concrete, you cannot do anything. That's also a point. You cannot do anything without concrete. That's true, and you have to be careful about this. Which page was 163. Pavement concrete. I didn't. Cement is ground using areas workmanship, miscellaneous. Now let me go back to just remind, restore what I did yesterday, because still I also forgot. This is hard. Just go through, scan it, means what we did talk yesterday. That was among RCC hot weather concrete, which is generally done in hot weather conditions all over the world. Yes, this hot weather thing. I talked about this yesterday. Hot weather concrete, and in which I'll just say what actually we talked of in this. We talked of hot weather concreting, and that is general say scope references, definition of hot weather, system description, submittals, placing, temperature, planning concrete, mix design, temperature control is general, aggregate water, cement, addition of ice, liquid nitrogen, batching and mixing, transportation, placing and finishing, curing and production, inspection and testing. And then hot weather concreting in general was scope of that means. And there were parts 6, 7, 8 and 9 plus 9, 10. Property requirements, concrete plants and transportation, placing of concrete and curing. This is the scope of this, and the scope says that part covers precautions to be taken for hot weather conditions or hot weather concrete for all structural concrete except blinding concrete where minimum compressive strength is specified, and also ACI and BS were represented in a definition of hot weather. This very important definition is given. I will repeat this for your information because it's also very important. Even if the pitch takes 2 or 3 minutes, it doesn't make much difference. This is the definition of hot weather is requirements of clauses specification are applicable during hot weather period, and that's though it's a Qatar, but it's a whole GCC, whole Middle East, whole even in our country, I think that's applicable in many parts of our south and also north in hot season. So hot weather period shall be defined as starting when maximum ambient air shade temperature on site exceeds 35 degrees. So maintain this in mind that 35 degrees shade temperature is named as hot weather. Hot weather period shall be defined as starting when maximum ambient air shade temperature on site exceeds 35 degrees Celsius for 3 consecutive days. Remember this, 3 consecutive days. You check every day, and if 3 days shade temperature exceeds 35 degrees, it comes under ambit of hot weather. End of hot weather period, when it is in the end of hot weather period comes, you can say it shall be defined as period when maximum air shade temperature is below 35 degrees Celsius on 3 consecutive days. And contractor shall establish a thermometer on site that records ambient air shade temperature. Thermometer shall be established at a position to provide representative air temperature for site conditions. If requested by engineer, contractor shall arrange for a calibration of site thermometers. In hot weather shall mean any combination of following conditions that tend to impair quality of freshly mixed or hardened concrete by accelerating rate of moisture loss and rate of cement hydration, or otherwise causing detrimental results such as, now what are those conditions? High ambient temperature when shade temperature is above 40 degrees Celsius on a rising thermometer and 43 degrees Celsius on a falling thermometer. So what are these conditions? Rate of cement hydration or otherwise. So these are points what we are talking on, that what is hot weather. Ambient temperature when shade temperature is above 40 degrees on a rising thermometer and 43 degrees on a falling thermometer. So hot weather shall mean combination of following conditions These conditions are given and they tend to impair quality of freshly mixed or hardened concrete by accelerating rate of moisture, loss and rate of cement hydration, or otherwise causing detrimental results as such. Now second point is high concrete temperature. This was shade temperature we are talking. Shade temperature means if it is say 40 crosses 40 degrees and it comes down to 43 or say 43 on falling temperature, in rising it is 40, while not on rising you can say it's not rising, it's falling, it's 43 degrees, so on a falling thermometer. So high concrete temperature and then low relative humidity, high wind speed and rate of evaporation exceeds 750 gram per meter square per hour. The rate of evaporation, remember rate of evaporation, which is a measurement here, that exceeds 750 gram per meter square per hour. Now system description, it says contractor shall undertake hot weather concreting procedures. Contractor shall undertake hot weather concreting procedures that are effective in controlling following potential problems. What are those? Now these problems associated with concreting in hot weather, the increased water demand of mix. The increased water demand of mix. Water requirement is more in hot weather. Increased rate of slump loss. In hot weather, slump is less. Increased rate of setting. Rate of setting is more. An increased tendency for plastic shrinkage cracking. If there is more plastic shrinkage cracking and decreased long-term strength. Long-term strength shall decrease due to hot weather. And increased tendency for drying shrinkage and cracking. This guy. Let me see what it says. Come on, you're not reaching me. Allow camera. Okay, allow camera, no problem. Okay. Yes. Good morning. You want to say? Hello? Yes, what do you want to say? हाँ? अरे क्या कह रहे हो भाई? खाना बना रहे हो? अच्छी बात है, बनाइए। हाँ? मुझे देख नहीं रहे उसमें, मैं इतने देर से बात कर रहा हूँ। अच्छा अच्छा, ठीक है, कोई बात नहीं है, अच्छी बात है। बोलो। हाँ? कहाँ से मतलब? अरे अब बात करो, काम की बात करो यार। कहीं से तो हूँ, दुनिया में ही तो हूँ, आसमान में तो नहीं हूँ। फिर कुछ कहना है तो बोलो, फिर टाइम ना खराब करो ना ज़्यादा। कुछ बोलना है, कुछ पूछ रहे हैं? हाँ? क्या पसंद है? क्या पसंद है? नहीं तो फिर मैं क्या करूं? हाँ? अच्छा बात करो, काम की कुछ पूछना है, बात करना तो करो, नहीं तो मैं औरों से भी काम होता है, खाली ये नहीं है। फिर मैं बंद करता हूँ अगर ऐसी बात करते हो यार। ठीक है ना, हो गई ना अब बात? क्या करें लोगों को यार, सी जस्ट वेस्टिंग टाइम फॉर नथिंग। वेल, क्या मैं बात कर रहा, मैं भूल गया क्या करूँ यार। What I was talking, system description. I was talking there. So I was talking about system description means contractor shall undertake hot weather concreting procedures that are effective in controlling following potential problems associated with concreting and hot weather: increased water demand of mix, rate of slump loss, rate of setting, tendency for plastic shrinkage cracking, long-term strength, tendency for drying shrinkage and cracking, tendency for differential thermal effects and with consequent cracking, decreased durability from cracking where there is increased permeability. So submittals are there which you have to submit, means you have to make all submittals, and placing temperature. Now question is the placing temperature. It says that maximum fresh concrete temperature at placement shall not exceed 32 degrees Celsius, 32, unless construction testing to verify a proposed concrete mixture will function satisfactorily at a concrete temperature greater than 32 degrees Celsius. No concrete shall be placed if concrete temperature is above 35 degrees Celsius. A concrete shall not be placed if shade temperature exceeds 40 degrees. No way, if it's 40 degrees, there is no concrete, I know. Now temperature of each truck of concrete shall be measured using either a glass, dial type or electronic thermometer just before placing of concrete, and temperature recorded on delivery ticket. Maximum temperature at placing shall apply to entire load of concrete in truck conveyor. Contractor shall allow increase in concrete temperature in period from dispatch from plant while in transportation whilst awaiting placement on site, and take adequate measures to ensure maximum temperature is not exceeded. Now planning concrete, it's a part of that, we have to plan concrete accordingly. We discussed at length yesterday during hot weather period, defined in class 15.1.3 of this part. Contractor plan concrete operations as the no concrete takes place between hours of 10 hours in morning to 17 hours in evening. No concrete in this period. This means you have to do concrete at night time. You can do throughout night and temperature is low. Contractor shall arrange concrete pours such that program of work can be achieved without concreting during period from 10 to 17 hours. No concrete in that. So you program yourself. You arrange your program. Contractor shall nominate one member of staff to be coordinator for supply of concrete. Coordinator's responsibility shall include ensuring badged rate matches that of delivery and placement and preparations needed before commencing a concrete pour. Now mixed design is another requirement. Is in the hot weather period, contractor shall review all concrete mix designs to ensure that design, slump or workability specified is achieved without increase in mixed water content. The contractor shall make modifications to mixed design to allow for increased slump loss during transportation. Hot weather shall be achieved by adjusting proportions of admixture, plasticizer or super plasticizer. Permitted range of admixture shall be clearly stated on concrete mix. Design with nominal values for cold weather and hot weather use. Under no circumstances shall addition of extra water that increases water cement ratio be permitted during hot weather conditions. All concrete materials and proportions used in periods of hot weather shall be those that have a satisfactory record of use in such conditions. Now temperature control. Let's understand this point, how to control temperature. Just reminding this, yesterday I talked and just for refreshing those in contractor specific proposal for control of concrete temperature shall include extent and type of shading of aggregates, method of chilling mixed water and procedure for batching and mixing, transportation, placing and finishing, curing and production. These shall include calculation in accordance with ACI 305R clause 3.1, estimating concrete temperature Contractor shall calculate temperature of freshly produced concrete based on input temperature of constituent materials and weights from particular mix designs. Calculations shall make allowance for rise in temperature between mixing and placing due to transportation and waiting period. Calculations shall successfully demonstrate that temperature can be maintained below 32 degrees Celsius at, at point of placing. Now, aggregates practical means shall be applied to keep aggregates as cool as possible. And stockpiles for aggregates. Let me push the fan off for 5 minutes. This for 5 minutes, let me spin off, then I'll put this fan off now. So what I'm saying, sprinkling of concrete. Wait a minute. Stockpiles of aggregates shall be shaded. Stockpiles of aggregates shall be shaded from direct sunlight. Shade shall extend beyond edge of aggregate storage areas and stockpile layouts. Mm, okay. So, storage areas and stockpile layouts shall be such that direct sunlight is not incident on aggregates. A shade shall be constructed to allow for access for mechanical shovels or means of conveyance. Shades and stockpiles shall be constructed so as to permit flow free flow of air over aggregates. Let me repeat. Shades shall be constructed to allow access for mechanical shovels and means of conveyances. Shades and stockpiles shall be constructed so as to permit free flow of air over aggregate. Embedded cooling pipes may also be used to cool aggregate. Sprinkling of coarse aggregates to reduce temperature by operation of direct cooling shall not be permitted. Water. Mixed water shall be cooled by storing in underground tanks or insulated tanks above ground. Water shall be chilled by use of proprietary chillers or addition of ice to water tank. Measures shall be taken to ensure that ice pieces are not inadvertently deposited directly into mixer. Now, water shall not be chilled below temperature of 5 degrees Celsius. Now, tanks, pipes or trucks used for storage of transportation of water shall be insulated and painted white. Mechanical refrigeration equipment and insulated mechanical refrigeration equipment and insulated water storage shall be adequate for anticipated hourly and daily production rates of concrete during hot weather period. Mixing water may also be chilled by injecting of liquid nitrogen into an insulated holding tank. Such procedure shall be to approval of engineer. Ice shall be completely melted in mixing water prior to adding water to mixer. Cement, that's very important point here. Cement, use of freshly ground cement at very high temperature is not permitted. Cement shall be kept below temperature which there is a tendency of false set. Under no conditions shall temperature of cement exceed 75 degrees Celsius when it enters the mixture. Contractors shall make arrangements for storage on site so to allow cooling of freshly ground and delivered cement. Addition of ice, crushed shaved or chipped ice can be used as part of mixing water for reducing concrete temperature, reducing concrete temperatures. Maximum amount size of ice particles shall be 10 mm, and all ice must be melted before completion of mixing of concrete in pen. To ensure proper concrete mixing, maximum proportion by substitution shall be 75% of batch water requirement. Now crushed ice shall be stored at temperature that will prevent lumps from forming by refreezing of particles. Now batching plant shall incorporate a mechanical system for correctly proportioning and weighing ice to be added to mixture. Quantity of ice shall be deducted from total batch of water. Now, total batch water, contractor shall ensure there are adequate quantities of ice in suitable refrigerated storage on site at plant to meet anticipated daily and hourly production rates of concrete during hot weather period. Liquid nitrogen. Freshly mixed concrete may be cooled by injection of liquid nitrogen. Care shall be taken to ensure that concrete directly adjacent to injection nozzle is not frozen. Use of liquid nitrogen for cooling concrete shall include a nitrogen supply vessel. Use of liquid nitrogen for cooling concrete. No. Use of liquid nitrogen for cooling concrete shall include a nitrogen supply vessel and inspection facility for batching plant or one or more injection station for truck mixer. System may be set up at site for injection just before lacing. Proper safety precautions as advised by supplier of liquid nitrogen shall be used now. And batching and mixing, so transportation and placing, and then the curing and production with the large. I'll just inform you now. I'm going to miscellaneous now. Because that one we have already covered. So miscellaneous is, in which you are saying miscellaneous: general, scope, reference, payment, quality, scope, mix, design, cement, water, aggregate, admixture, air content, density. Let me repeat it slowly. It's miscellaneous, which is part 16, and this is section 5, concrete. Here general, scope, references, pavement, quality, concrete, scope, mix, design, cement, water, aggregate, admixture, air content, density. Then cementitious grout with general material, workmanship, and squares, scope, general, cellular concrete, repair of concrete, general, and honeycombing of spalling, crack injection, and polyester resin concrete, piping systems for or pressure drainage and severages, general resin minimum strength. So miscellaneous general, we now go miscellaneous general, page 162 of 205. It's also very important here. I'm starting general, that's now page 160 something, means I think a few pages more that I have to, maybe today or tomorrow I close this. So it's now we are taking concrete chapter For part 16, that's miscellaneous from QCS section 5 concrete, and this miscellaneous, and it relates to many miscellaneous topics that we are going to start. It says in general. Now this part deals with miscellaneous items related to concrete works. This deals with miscellaneous items related to concrete works, including pavement, quality concrete, no fines concrete, lightweight concrete, cementitious grouts, screeds, repair of concrete, and the lighting. Related sections are, let us say, part 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 15. Part 2 is aggregate, part 3 is cementitious material, part 4 is water, part 5 is admixture, part 6 is property requirements, and part 7 is concrete plants, and part 8 is transportation and placing of concrete, part 9 is formwork, part 10 is curing, part 15 is hot weather concreting. We have already gone through up to these parts. Now it's part 16. We have already covered aggregates, cementitious materials, water, admixture, property requirements, concrete plants, transportation and placing of concrete, formwork, curing, hot weather conditions. Now references are, these are standards. These are ACI 506 Guide to Shotcrete, ASTM 698910 Standard Specification for Slag Cement for use in concrete and mortars, and BS 146 Portland Blast Furnace Cement, BS 812 Testing Aggregate, and BS 1881 Testing Concrete, and BS 27882 Method of Testing Plastics, and BS 3892 Pulverized Fuel Ash, and BS 4551, that is Methods of Testing Mortars, Steel Plasters, and BS 5075 is Concrete Admixtures, and BS 6913 Testing of Resins and Polymer Cement Compositions for use in construction, and BS 6610 Specification for Pozzolanic Pulverized Fuel Ash Cement, and BS 8203 Code of Practice for Installation of Resilient Floor Coverings, and BS 8500 is Concrete, BS EN 197-1 Cement Composition Specifications and Conformity Criteria for Common Cements, and BS EN 480 Admixture for Concrete, Mortar and Grout Test Methods Part 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 8, 10, 11 and 12, and BS EN 934 Admixture for Concrete, Mortar and Grout Part 2 and 6, and then BS EN 998, that is Specifications for Mortar for Masonry, and then BS EN 1744-1 Testing for Chemical Properties of Aggregates, Chemical Analysis Testing Fresh Concrete, and BS EN 12390-5 Flexural Strength of Test Specimens, and then BS EN 12620 Aggregates for Concrete, and then it is EN 197-4 2004 Cement Composition Specifications and Conformity Criteria for Lower Resistant Blast Furnace Cements, that is EN 197-4 2004, and EN 197-4 Cement Composition Specifications and Conformity Criteria for Lower Resistant Blast Furnace Cements. So one is EN, one is also, that's here same this EN 12350, that is testing fresh concrete, and EN 174-4-1 test for chemical properties of aggregates, chemical analysis, and GSO EN 206-1. This is specifications. This is concrete specifications performing production and conformity and SHW 1000 especially for highway works and UK road pavements, concrete materials. Now pavement quality concrete. Pavement quality concrete we are talking of. Pavement quality concrete we are talking of. So it's just a scan stage. Okay, now should I put off light here? I think I should. Let me put off light better. Battery also for see how it works now. Let's put a battery and also so I move like this better. Just little cool and I'll put off this on also. This subpart covers the pavement quality concrete. I'm saying it's now pavement quality concrete. Pavement, this subpart covers the mixed design for concrete used for aircraft aprons and roadworks as surface slabs, continuously reinforced concrete road base and wet lean mix except cement bound granular material used as road base or sub base or as a backfill material for excavations. Again I repeat, this part covers mixed design for concrete used for aircraft aprons and roadworks as subsurface slabs, continuously reinforced concrete road base and wet lean mix except cement bound granular material used as road base or sub base or as a backfill material for excavations. Now mixed design. Concrete in rigid or composite pavements. Rigid or composite pavements shall be one of grades given in table 16.1 below. I will speak that. In accordance with pavement design shown on drawings or as directed by engineer. All concrete for use in pavement shall be designed mixed. Mixes are equivalent. Standard mixes in standard mixes in accordance with relevant clauses of BS 8500 and GSOEN 206.1-1 except where otherwise specified. Now prescribed mixes may be used for rapid construction with approval of engineer. Then section 1 table says pavement grades. Now it says now there are 3 columns. One is pavement layers, then the second is BS 8500 and GSOEN 206-1 design mix, and BS 8500 and GSOEN 206-1 standard mix. So this table is giving some information, and there are about 8 to 10 surface slabs. Now it says unreinforced concrete. unreinforced concrete, that is surface. C40, alright, C40 it says. Then jointed reinforced concrete, JRC, jointed reinforced concrete, it says C40. So continuously reinforced concrete pavement, CRCP, also C40. Continuously reinforced concrete roadways, and this is CRC or C40. It's continuously reinforced concrete roadways, continuously reinforced concrete roadways now, and ground anchorage beams, that is C40. Also wet lean mix concrete 4, wet lean mix concrete 4, that is C20, ST4, wet lean mix concrete 3, C15, ST3, wet lean mix concrete 2, C10, ST2, and wet lean mix concrete 1, C7.5, ST1. So these are grades given generally for unreinforced concrete to ground anchorage beams, it is C40, and they are varying grades from wet lean mix concrete from 4, 3 to 1. This is C20, C15, C10 and C7.5. Now cement. General term cement in this part means material shown below. What cement means? Now here what cement means, you see cement and alcohol is complying with. Now there is cement composition specifications and conformity criteria for common cements, and that is EN 197-1. There is a portable blast furnace cement, portable blast furnace cement BS 146 or EN 197-4, and a specification for pozzolanic pulverized fuel ash cement grade C20 or below, that is BS6610. The use of combination of Portland cement. Use of combination of Portland cement and ground granulated blast furnace slag is permitted, subject to approval by engineer. In such cases, engineer shall stipulate minimum combined cementitious material content required for mix. Now, use of a combination of Portland cement and groundwater blast furnace slag is permitted, subject to approval by engineer. In such case, engineer will stipulate minimum combined cementitious material content required for mix. The use of combination of Portland cement, and pulverized fuel ash is permitted, subject to approval by engineer. Okay. In such case, engineer will stipulate minimum combined cements and material content required for mix of PFA shall be in accordance with BS 3892. Use of microsilica in mix design will be permitted if approved by engineer. Now, engineer will stipulate minimum combined cementitious material content required for mix where PFA or GGBFs are used. Minimum proportion of ground granulated blast furnace slag with Portland cement shall be according to table 6.6 or part 5 and 6. Now, combination with Portland cement proportional of PFA by mass of total cement shall be per table 6.6 or part 5 and 6. Limit of chloride content of concrete shall be a table, stated in table 6.5 part 5 6. Minimum cement content for concrete pavement shall be prepared by Qatar standards. Maximum cement content for concrete pavement shall be pre-approved by Qatar standards of water now. Water. Water for use in making and curing of concrete shall conform to requirements of Part 4 of this section. Really, it's very strong to say about talking now road, not structure of buildings. So it's a little bit different here. Alright, water for use in making and curing of concrete shall conform to requirements of Part 4 of this section. Water content shall be minimum required to provide agreed workability for full compaction of concrete to required density and to require density as determined by trial mixes or other means approved by engineer. Aggregates requirement of Part 2 of this specification will govern except as modified below. Now, aggregates for all pavement concrete shall be complying BSEN 12620. Alternatively, coarse aggregate of recycled and secondary aggregate materials may be used to replace up to 50% by mass of coarse aggregate. And coarse aggregate of recycled and secondary aggregate materials may be used. Coarse aggregates of recycled and secondary aggregate materials may be used to replace up to 50% by mass of coarse aggregate. Nominal size of coarse aggregate shall not exceed 40 mm. Nominal size of coarse aggregate shall not exceed 40 mm when space between longitudinal reinforcement is less than 90 mm. When space between longitudinal reinforcement is less than 90 mm, nominal size of coarse aggregate shall not exceed 20 mm. If requested by engineer, contractor shall carry out tests on proposed aggregate combinations to check for possibility of alkali-silica reaction. Such tests shall be carried out in accordance with procedure laid down in Part 2 of this section. Admixture. Plasticizers or water reducing admixtures shall comply with BS 5075, BSEN 480 and BSEN 934. Admixtures containing calcium chloride shall not be used. Other chloride-free admixtures may be used with approval of engineer. And air content. Now, air content. Total quantity of air containing concrete. air content here, total quantity of air entry in concrete as a percentage of volume of the mix shall be 5 plus minus 1.5%. 5 plus minus 1.5%. For mixes of nominal area size 20 and the 4 plus minus 1.5% for mixes of nominal area size 40. Air content air content shall be determined at point of delivery by a pressure type air meter. Air content shall be delivered at point of delivery, determined point of delivery by a pressure type air meter in accordance with BSEN 12350-7 at rate of 1 determination per 300 meter square of slab. At rate of 1 determination per 300 square meter of slab, or at least 6 times per day. 6 times per day. Whichever is greater. Now, in conjunction with tests of workability and strength, okay, for areas less than 300 square meter, the rate shall be at least 1 determination through each 20 meter length of slab. Rate shall be at least 1 determination to each 20 meter length of slab, or less constrained constructed. Okay, now go to a point that's a size straight 300 square meter slab 6 times per each hour is greater in conjunction with tasks for workability and strength. For areas less than 300 square, rate shall be at least 1 determination each 20 meter length of slab, or less constructed at one time, or at least 3 times per day if air content is outside specified times. A further determination shall be made immediately on next available load of concrete. So once air entry and zinc shall be air, if air is outside limit, it says that if air contents outside specified limits, a further determination shall be made immediately on next available load of concrete before discharging. Now, if air contents is still outside limit, contractor shall immediately adjust air contents on concrete improve its uniformity before further Now, air entraining agent shall be added at mixer by an apparatus capable of dispensing correct dose within tolerance for admixture given in EN 2061 and so as to ensure uniform distribution of agent throughout batch during mixing. Now, density. Density of concrete grades greater than C30 shall be such that without air entrainment, total air voids are not more than 3%, and without air entrainment, total air voids are not more than 3%. With air entrainment, total air voids shall not be more than 8% for 20 mm aggregate or 7% for 40 mm aggregate. So density of concrete grade B15, B20 or mix 64 or below shall be at least 95% of theoretical maximum dry density. So 95% of theoretical maximum dry density when 8% is there, 8% of like that. Cement is grout now. Cement application, cement is grout. So 1 hour left now. 1 hour 24 minutes. Now cement is grout. How many time is left? 57. So it's 6:38. So it's got the yeah. Cement is grout. Now this part covers a general purpose non-shrink cement is grout. Non-shrink cement is grout. Non-shrink means you can say where there is no cracking or it takes time in setting of concrete. We call it non-shrink grout, which is based on cement but it's different. Now this cementitious grout shall be used to where it is necessary to eliminate shrinkage when filling voids between a base plate and a substrata, such as in grouting of stanchion bases. You know stanchion, a steel column is called a stanchion, and that column rests on certain footings which are concrete. They are base plate and that base plate rests on that footing. So between that space between base plate, bottom and concrete grouted. Anchorage fixings are there means bolts and nuts, anchor bolts, including masts and anchor bolts and fence post also there. Grout shall be supplied by construction chemical company as a single pack pre-packaged cement based product which is chloride free. Chloride free means there is no chloride in that, so there is no question of chloride predation. For a particular application, contractor shall submit a method statement. For particular application, method statement is required detailing how formwork will be placed. Means formwork of what? Formwork of this thin grouting around this base plate. The product is chloride free. For particular application, contractor submits a method statement detailing how formwork will be placed and points where grouting will be poured. Mm. Well, I got some method statements for this. I'll take when I talk of method statements chapters. This is another one. I'll take this point because I have two more two more notings, that is Lincoln's like books, that is method statements and facilities, and also book plans as well. Okay. Hmm. So contractor shall submit a method statement detailing how formwork shall be placed and points where grout will be poured. Now, before beginning work on large repetitive works, the contractor shall arrange for a site trial of materials and methods. Before beginning work on large repetitive works, contractor shall arrange for a site trial of materials and methods. Use supplier. Alright, now before beginning work on large repetitive works, contractor shall arrange for a site trial of materials and methods with suppliers representative. After that, being present, suppliers representative being present to train contractors personnel in correct use of materials. So this is just a reference example which says, and before beginning work on large representative activities or works, contractor shall arrange for site trial of materials and methods with supplier representative being present to train contractors personnel in correct use of materials. Material, what's material? Material. Grout shall be suitable for filling gaps of thickness up to 100 mm, and shall be free flowing and non-shrink. Free flowing means it should go into gap automatically. Positive volumetric expansion shall take place. Positive volumetric expansion shall take place while grout is plastic by means of gaseous expansion to avoid shrinkage and cracking. Compressive strength of grout when tested in accordance with BSEN 12390-3 shall be minimum of 25 MPa at 24 hours, 25 MPa at 24 hours and 40 MPa at 7 days and 50 MPa at 28 days. So grout shall exhibit a high early strength gain, yet not be subject to cracking or other detrimental effects. Okay then. So says 50 MPa at 28 days and 40 MPa at 7 days and 24 MPa at 25 MPa at 24 hours. Ground shall exhibit a high early strength gain, yet not be subject to cracking or other detrimental effect. Ambient temperature above 35 degrees Celsius. At ambient temperature above 35 degrees Celsius, cool water shall be used for mixing grout before placing. Workmanship. Storage, handling and pouring of grout. Storage, handling and pouring of grout shall be in strict accordance with hours battery in batteries. 1 hour 7 I put battery on, otherwise it shall be a problem for me. Put battery on. Battery on. Okay, let's put battery on. Now it's a little lighter. Say workmanship. Workmanship, how to work, how to do better shape, how to quality, is also a part of quality, in fact. It's external quality. Storage, handling and pouring. Storage, handling, how to handle the storage and how to pour of grout shall be in strict accordance with manufacturer's instructions. Substrata surface shall be free from oil, grease or loose or partly bonded material. Sulfate. Substrata surface shall be free from oil, grease or loose or partially bonded material. If concrete surface is defective, or has latents, it shall be cut back to sound base. Bolt holes and fixing pockets. Bolt holes and fixing pockets shall be blown clean and dirt or debris. Substrata shall be soaked with fresh potable water before grouting. Although immediately before grouting, fresh water shall be removed and blown out of bolt holes or pockets. Then, grout shall not be placed in a gap of less than 25 mm. Shall not be placed in a gap of less than 25 mm for base plates larger than 1 meter wide. So, grout shall not be placed in a gap of less than 25 mm for base plates larger than 1 meter wide. For larger base plates or flow areas, manufacturer's instructions shall be followed. Base plates and metallic items. Shall be clean and free from oil, grease or scale. Vent holes shall be provided to allow release of air from isolated spots. Now formwork shall be made leak proof. Formwork shall be made leak proof by use of foam rubber strips. Foam rubber strip or mastic sealant between constructive formwork and joints. Formwork shall extend above required pour height and, if necessary, shall be extended to allow a hydrostatic head to aid placement. Then, formwork shall be made leak-proof by use of foam rubber strip or mastic sealant between constructive formwork and joints. Formwork shall extend above required pour height if necessary, and if necessary, shall be extended to allow a hydrostatic head to aid placement. Now, grout shall be mixed mechanically with a slow speed drill with a high shear mix. Alright, now start. Let's say formwork shall be made, so the grout shall be mixed mechanically with a slow speed drill fitted with a high shear mixer. Quantity of water to be added to pre-weighed bags shall be enough to give desirable consistency as tolerable by flowable. So I say quantity of water is added to pre-weighed bags shall be enough to give desirable consistency to as travelable or flowable, travel-able or flowable. Mixing shall take place in for a maximum of 5 minutes. Now, grout shall be placed within time limit. Let us say time limit specified by manufacturer depending on actual application temperature. Grout shall be poured from one side. Grout shall be poured one side, and it shall be verified that grout has flowed under all of base plate with no voids. Pouring from several sides shall not be permitted. Okay. Exposed areas of grout shall be thoroughly cured in accordance with part 10 of this section. Now screeds. Well, there should be epoxy grout also, it will miss, but I can't see why it makes epoxy grout. It's also cementous epoxy grout. Now let's see, no problem. This is we're talking of, still I'm saying we're talking of concrete, which is big material, you say, concrete, genius matter, I should say, rough and genius. This is what is concrete. Okay, scale. Now page 167 is grade. It is this covers screeds that provide by means of a layer of mortar a level surface in flooring application and to provide falls on flat concrete roof. So we are doing screeds. Now we are talking of a screed that we have to lay on it means of a layer of mortar or level surface in floor application and it provide falls on flat concrete roofs. Generally, screed shall be suitable for application onto a concrete substrata. Screed shall be suitable for receiving surface finishes which may arrange from flexible from thin flexible sheeting ceramic tiling. Screed is not intended to be final wearing surface. Now, screed shall be suitable for application onto concrete surface, substrata, and suitable for receiving surface finishes, which may arrange from thin flexible sheeting to ceramic tiling. Screed is not intended to be final wearing surface. Now, screed mortars shall generally comprise sand and cement, modified by additives or substituted by other materials such as polymers in order to provide specific performance requirement. For screeds of thickness greater than 40 mm, or I can say 7, slightly time of time, 320. 40 minutes more. So screeds mortars we have gone through generally comprise sand and cement modified by additives or substituted by other materials such as polymers in order to provide specific performance requirements. Screeds of thickness greater than 40 mm, it is permissible to incorporate a portion of 10 mm aggregate. Now, aggregate used for screeds Alright, means 10 mm grid can be added if thickness is more than 40 mm, it may be 50 mm. Let's say when you give a slope, let us say maybe 60 mm, maybe 80 mm, depending generally on ropes. We give slope of 1.25% to 1.5%. Sometimes somewhere the skid could be 10 or 100 mm, somewhere it could be 150 mm, sometimes 2, depends, so you can add aggregate to that. Aggregates used for skid shall not contain deleterious materials such as coal or iron particles, which may affect finish surface of skid. Now, admixture for mortar skid shall assist. Admixture, as we said, admixture for mortar skids shall assist workability or alter rates of setting. That is, admixture for mortar skids shall assist workability and alter rates of setting and hardening, and comply with appropriate part of BSEN 480 or BSEN 934. Now, this is polymer based additives. Polymer based additive may be used to improve adhesion and strength of thin or featured skids. These shall be based on polyvinyl acetate, PVA. This is polymer based additives. This shall be polyvinyl acetate, styrene butene rubber, SPR, or acrylic polymers. Then ready to use sand cement skids shall comply with material requirement of BSEN 998. Ready to use sand cement skids shall comply with material requirement of BSEN 998. Okay, we read by line only, then we can understand. Ready to use sand cement skids shall comply with the material requirements of BSEN 998. And skids with a rapid drying time to enable earliest floor finishes to be applied shall be used strictly in accordance with manufacturer's instructions. Now, interference of skid in concrete substrate shall be specified as one of following options by engineer. Interface, how to prepare that skid with arched floor. Monolithic with concrete base, let us say, this skid shall be applied within 3 hours of placing concrete base. That is monolithic. It's not possible actually. Now, bonded to concrete base means skid shall be laid onto concrete base which is hardened and is subsequently being prepared to receive skid. Minimum thickness of skid shall be 25 mm and maximum thickness 40 mm. But how will you slope them? As in unbonded skid, as an unbonded screed. Screed shall be laid on a separating layer. On a separating layer. As floating screed shall be laid on an insulating material. Cement and sand screed mix shall have minimum amount of water. Cement and sand screed shall have minimum amount of water added to give sufficient workability and allow material to be thoroughly compacted. Plant type mixes, pan type mixes shall be used. Pan type mixes shall be used to ensure efficient mixing of materials. Cement to aggregate ratio shall be 1 to 3 and 1 to 4.5 by weight. Mix of cement, water and admixture shall ensure a thorough homogeneous mixture with no balling up of cement. Mixing of sand, cement, water and admixtures shall ensure a thorough homogeneous mixture with no balling up of cement. Now, screeds shall be laid either between carefully leveled and trued patterns. Screed shall be laid either between carefully leveled and trued patterns or between strips of screed laid and compacted to a finished level. For bonded screed, where a high degree of bond is required, surface latins of concrete base shall be mechanically removed to expose coarse aggregate. Thin layer of neat cement grout be applied to pre-wetted or dampened concrete and screed applied and compacted while grout is wet. Now, screed shall be fully compacted by heavy hand or mechanical damping. Screed at joints around perimeter shall be particularly well compacted to avoid breaking out and curling. Now, screeds thicker than 50 mm shall be laid in two approximately equal layers. Screed shall be kept protected by waterproof sheeting. Screed shall be protected by waterproof sheeting for at least 7 days after laying. Sheet and non-ceramic tiling finishes shall only be applied after screed has cured and necessary strength achieved. Now, if requested by engineer, contractor shall carry out a soundness and impact test in accordance with BS 8203. A screed shall be laid in base. The screed shall be laid in base of size to minimize thermal moisture contraction. Contraction on movement joints shall be provided as appropriate, where shown on drawings or as agreed with engineer. Base shall be laid alternatively. cellular base shall be approximately 15 meters square. Base shall be 15 meters square for 100 mm thick screen and 12 meters square for 75 mm thick screen. Okay. Now cellular concrete. Cellular concrete. CC, it is called cellular concrete. Now, a conventional concrete, it is conventional, where a natural aggregate, that's gravel, is exchanged for an insulation medium. It's conventional concrete where natural aggregate gravel is exchanged for an insulation medium, namely air embedded in an organic and biodegradable form. It behaves like conventional concrete, in particular concreting, in particular concerning curing, hardening, and most important, aging. Now, cellular concrete infinitely increases its strength by hydration as long as exposed to humidity in atmosphere. So what is this? Let us see. Definition says that it's conventional concrete where aggregate, natural aggregate, that is gravel, is exchanged for insulation medium. Namely, what is that? Air embedded in an organic and biodegradable form. It behaves like conventional concrete, biodegradable form. It behaves like conventional concrete, in particular concerning curing, hardening, and most important, aging. This is, you can say, foam, that is because of air. We are seeing this aggregate is replaced by exchange for insulation medium, namely air embedded in an organic and biodegradable form. It behaves like conventional concrete, in particular concerning curing, hardening, and most important, aging. Since the cellular concrete infinitely increases its strength by hydration as long as exposed to humidity in atmosphere. And I think foam concrete generally used for roofing. So CC offer more thermal insulation and substantially higher fire rating than conventional concrete. Now, minimum compressive strength shall be 4 MPa. 4 MPa minimum strength is 4 MPa, and required density and strength of CC shall be specified on drawings and approved by engineer. The required density of CC shall be specified on drawings and approved by engineer. Method of production of cellular concrete shall be shown on drawing or directed by engineer. Contractor shall submit full technical details of materials and method of production of cellular concrete along with a list of previous projects where particular system has been used. Now, you can say this method of production of cellular concrete shall be shown. Okay. Now, after source approval, of material and system, contractor shall submit a mixed design for cellular concrete for approval. After review and approval, approval of mixed theoretical mix design, contractor shall carry out a trial mix to check workability or fresh concrete and allow samples to be made for compressor strength and density. Cellular concrete. Now, engineer may also instruct that tests are carried out for abrasion, resistance and thermal resistance. Then engineer may also instruct tests be carried out for abrasion, resistance and thermal insulating properties. Cellular concrete shall not be used for structural reinforcement materials. So we go now to repair of concrete. Repair of concrete. I could not do FIDIC today also. No, it take together FIDIC remaining on red book and then on silver book will contain. I cannot say everything in 4 hours, it's not possible. The specifications are very important. These are very important specifications and must be taken care of. You cannot find in ordinary books specifications, so these are very important specifications, you can say. So still concrete. Oh, sorry, Gonzaga. Oh, no, it's fine. This one, this one. Concrete. It's now repair of concrete, which is general as well. After honeycombing or spalling, extent and nature of defects in concrete. Extent and nature of defects in concrete shall be established in accordance with part 15 of this section, which you have already gone through. Based on these results, engineer shall confirm acceptability of work and whether remedial works are required. If remedial works are required, contractor shall submit a detailed method statement identifying specific materials to be So we say, as you said, if remedial works are required, contractor shall submit a detailed method statement identifying specific materials to be used and sequence of activities for repair. One proprietary proven materials that form part of standard repair system shall be used. This is repair. Honeycombing or spoiling. Honeycombing is one part. The other part is also there, must be there. Crack injection. That's what politics is about. Leave it. I'm not talking politics here. Hold on, yes. So we are saying here, mhm. So where it was? Well, I'm lost. Repair was talking about. It's moved somewhere, I think. Somewhere I'm lost. Yeah, crack injection, so it should be before that. Stainless concrete repair, yes. Honeycombing or spalling. Honeycombing. Honeycombing, you know what is honeycombing? It's simply said where there is honeycombing. Concrete damaged by physical forces. Concrete damaged by physical forces such as impact that has caused spoiling. Concrete shall be replaced using high strength, free flowing cementitious microconcrete. You understand that? Cementitious microconcrete. It says where there is honeycombing, concrete or concrete damaged by physical forces such as impact that has caused spalling, concrete shall be repaired or replaced using a high strength, free flowing cementitious microconcrete. Area of repair shall be marked out and agreed with engineer. Area shall be marked out. Honeycomb surface or honeycomb loose, cracked or friable concrete. Friable concrete in these areas shall be removed until sound concrete is reached. Sound means hard surface is reached. Hard surface, sound concrete is reached. Now, due account shall be taken of propping. Due account shall be taken of propping or other instructions given by engineer regarding sequences of removal and repair. Equipment and methods used to break out concrete shall be such that no reinforcing steel or other embedded items such as conduits, lifting sockets, or other inserts are loosened or damaged unless so directed by engineer. Where removal of concrete by mechanical means is difficult due to reinforcement congestion, then use of high pressure water jetting shall be considered and necessary provisions for projecting rest of structure shall be made. Now, important point is that, so we are talking about removal of concrete by mechanical method with the difficulty to reinforcement congestion, the use of high pressure water jetting to be adopted, and necessary provisions for protecting rest of structure shall be made. Prepared void shall be profiled. Proper void, now they are taken a comment from there. This void shall be profiled so that entrapment out of air is avoided. Profile this. Profile so that entrapment of air is avoided during and repairing process using fluid microconcrete. Now minimum depth of repair shall be 40 mm throughout. 40 minimum depth. Perimeter of area to be repaired shall first be cut to a depth of 10 mm. Says that prepared void shall be profiled so that entrapment of air is avoided during the repair process using fluid microconcrete, and minimum depth of repair shall be 40 mm throughout. Perimeter of area to be repaired shall first be cut to depth of 10 mm. First, perimeter of area to be repaired shall be cut to a depth of 10 mm using suitable tool. Feeder edges will not be accepted. Prepared concrete surface shall be sound and clean and free of loose particles, dust and debris. Where exposed reinforcement is sound, it shall be mechanically cleaned of rust. So says where exposure to sound shall be mechanically cleaned to rust and the exposed. It says prepared concrete surface shall be sound and clean and free of loose particles, dust and debris. Where exposed reinforcement is sound, it shall be mechanically cleaned of dust and loose mill scale and reinforcement damage during removal of concrete or preparation process shall, if required by engineer, be repaired or replaced. Adequate formwork shall be provided in accordance with part 9 of section. This shall be securely fixed to withstand hydraulic pressure of fluid microconcrete repair material without distortion or movement during placement. Formwork shall be watertight at all joints between panels and between formwork and existing concrete surface so as to prevent grout leakage. Now, formwork shall be constructed from appropriate materials as agreed with engineer to achieve required finish. Formwork surfaces that are to be in contact with repair microconcrete shall be treated with a suitable mold release agent. This shall be used in accordance with manufacturer's recommendations. Entry point of feed pipe, entry point of feed pipe into form, entry point of feed pipe into form shall be at lowest point of void. Sufficient hydrostatic head or pumping pressure shall be maintained to ensure that void is filled completely and no air remains entrapped. When necessary, provision shall be made for control level bleed points to prevent air entrapment, and enable extent of flow of repair material to be assessed. Forms shall be inspected. Form work shall be inspected by engineer and approved. Filled with, if approved, filled with clean water, which demonstrates that formwork is grout piped, and saturates prepared concrete. So there are so many confusions in this. Means farmwork shall be inspected. So okay, fine. Situation we are. So farmwork shall be then completely drained and say, or says farmwork shall be inspected by engineer and approved, filled with clean water, which demonstrates that formwork is ground tight and saturated, and saturates prepared concrete surface. Formwork shall be then completely drained and released, resealed. A situation where complete repair is subject to constant immersion. An epoxy bonding agent shall be applied. Uh, Complete repair will be subject to constant immersion, constant immersion and epoxy building. When the agent shall be applied, the colors in manufacture, construction, and both compressive strength and flexural strength shall be at water powder ratio. Water powder ratio 0.18, tested at 20 degrees Celsius. Which is left? Let me see what time is left. 3:57. Let me see how much can I read that. Okay, let us see. So it is both compressed strength, the flexible strength shall be at a water powder ratio of 0.18 and tested at 20 degrees Celsius. Thermal conductivity and elastic modulus of repair material shall be compatible with host concrete. If requested by engineer, recent test results of material for following properties shall be submitted: thermal conductivity, elastic modulus BS1881, expansion characteristics ASTMC 827, CRD 61828, and flow characters UK. Okay, so these are micro shall be. So there are so many more points in that Then crack injection is there. This page 170, and we'll take crack injection. Then it is then another one that is miscellaneous, and this is also polyester resin concrete. So we will take this next time. I think it's better. Very boring it is, maybe you could have seen micro concrete. I don't know you have seen or not seen. It's very powder material actually. Ground, it is ground, these aggregates, very, very small size aggregates these are. Maybe you could have not seen that. I saw micro concrete. It's, powder actually. Just take out powder from bag. It's a 25 kilogram bag each is. And you can add water according to your required consistency. Depends on, but it's self leveling. One point is there, it doesn't need any vibration, and that's important point in that. And immediately sets in, and they cure that one. Curing is, but it's not self curing, though it is self settling, it is self compacting, it is not self, you can say self curing. So you have to cure that concrete. And strength is almost no problem, strength is okay. Thickness limitations, that limitations are used, and it can be used for such repairs. And this repair is also important, means though surface can be removed, epoxy also, epoxy mortar, that also can be used for purpose of repair, depending on which best one. Means there are so many chemicals available in market. Construction companies like Fosrock, like MBT before it was now, and there are so many other chemicals. Though engineers and the data sheet do not tell each and everything. If you think that you can discover, you can find, you can go and search. Many chemicals here also, but quality of chemicals, I have used some chemicals here. I don't find the quality should be. I use polymerized cement here for some waterproofing, but I could not get that result I wanted. And I think I use for waterproofing on roof, this is a polymerized cement, or you may have it in tape crate, it's called tape crate. You have to, means people also do not know what they're going to do or not going to do. This topic is talking is concrete, means it's now repair. We have talked, they will talk something else. We talked about this, cellular concrete, which is actually foam concrete. Generally, this is done on roofing with lightweight material, rather than doing conventional roofing. It's doing in our country. It's done overseas nowadays on, RCC roof, RCC slab. Foam concrete is laid in a slope 1.25% to 1.5% slope, so that minimum thickness is to drain off rainwater, and maximum goes to other side. And this, we can say, your surface of roof is, surface of RCC is scabbled, and then this mortar or foam concrete, you can say, it's done foam concrete, or a mortar also. Foam concrete is nowadays advanced material, and it's done on which it's done in slope. And before that, if there is any services on roof required, like chillers or air handling units, those are installed before doing foam concrete, and those are protected. And this foam concrete is done on which you can say water system, waterproofing system, or you can say roofing system that we call it. That waterproofing system is laid on that, and on that water system we lay where no tiling or aggregates, as depend on this. If this is accessible one, we have to close it with tiling, we have to cover it with tiling or flagstones, you may call it. And that's for purpose of walking on that. If walking is only for servicing or maintenance of machines, then the aggregate can be left there, except those places where walking is required for maintenance persons. Generally, roof is not accessible in high-rise buildings, so only maintenance people can go. Whereas when it is accessible, we have to provide access point, because machines are available. Public is not allowed to access there because electrical problems. Children can touch some part and can face problem. So generally, it's not a private house or it's a plotted house. In that it's accessible, while in general, you can say public houses or houses where people accessible, access where services. So this is like service floor. Means if your machines are on roof, water tank is there, your AC chillers are there, or package units are there, or electrical some pipes are there. Means that portion is never accessible to common citizens or common occupants except those who maintain them, service technicians and all those. So this is important talk. Means it's not structural concrete. We're talking of structural concrete for purpose of structural repair, and you're talking of this kind of concrete. I'll say CEC means is a fire retarder. Let's say fire retarder. Means we have to see this kind of items. I'm going a little slow on that because it's a little complicated and tension. Once you understand that, it is fine. These are also available now. They have added it with different meanings, different images, and means you have to worry about temperature of concrete because before that's just like 75%, sorry, 75 degrees Celsius. You have to. Did you ever hear that you have to check temperature of cement? Nobody checks that, but it's required. You have to check the concrete temperature. You have to check. Nobody checks that, but it's required like that. You have to be very careful. Means not simply saying you have done it or do it. You have to understand this point. These points are required. So this was repair management actually with what it was about hot weather concrete also is very important. If you have chance to go to Gulf or some of these countries or even here, this country also, you have to meet conditions where hot weather do exist and hot weather does exist and you have to meet that. But our specifications are very old and you cannot say that these are international quality we are using, international standards we are using. Foam concrete, for example, people are not using foam concrete. That is light material, thermal insulation material, and strong one. We are still using the old one. What I'm saying is we have to think on changing something. Foam concrete specific metals, they call it now. Okay, this is cellular concrete, this is cellular, okay. Aggregates, you can say coarse aggregates or stone chips are removed and they add foam as a part of as part of concrete aggregate replacement. Doesn't matter, it's okay foam because that's successful material. Its density maybe 700 or 800 or 900, while concrete itself is 2,400 kilogram per cubic meter. And again 700 kilogram, so it's one third or one fourth of that, or one third of that. So it's much better if you consider that point of view. We'll continue this repair system next time, and I'll try to do as much as possible because this technical issue and this very important issue, you have to understand it in details and you understand it thinkingly. It's not simply, oh, I go on speaking and speaking, you can't understand. Right? You have to understand this, and if you can download this file is available. Again, you are with this file on this text. If you are interested, if you are not this, if you are serious, you want to know something, I'm for information, I'm putting this file on LinkedIn as well as on Twitter, and I'm putting this file on Structure in the Fall of India. I'm putting all these three places so that those people can benefit out of this. It's not exclusive to Facebook, it's for many level elsewhere, and so I like to close it now because it's not time, and I can say so we can say I like to close this now because it's already 4 hours and sorry, it's good time. There's no rain today and nothing happened. It's okay. I take this time to close this point now. I think I'll continue tomorrow on this issue, and this I'll take this miscellaneous section. This I'll start from this itself, this repair, micro concrete repair, because this is very important material. I'll start from this. I'll close this file now, and I say thank you very much.